So I am live on YouTube. Let's go. All right. So let me go check the waiting room. No, all right. Let me go turn on no waiting room. We don't need the waiting room. Um, Let me get started. Like I said, we only have one right now. We will get started. Um, I'm gonna disable the waiting room. You guys are gonna be good, I'm sure. There we go. Okay. So we're gonna get started. I know we only have two of us right now, but I'm gonna kind of eat and do the same time. So. Right. So welcome everybody. And we're just slowly getting started. Hopefully you guys are having a great day. And we're gonna be doing an all-day review for Unit 1. All right, let's do it. So, welcome. My name is Taylor Arndt. You guys know who I am by now. I am the teaching assistant for this class, and Michael is probably not gonna be here today, which is okay. I'm gonna be handling everything myself. And we're gonna have a fun time doing some review. The test is already out on the platform. However, I strongly recommend you listen to at least part of this before you complete the test because wink, wink, nudge, nudge, I might be giving some answers away. You don't want to miss those. This is going to be a very interactive session. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take turns and I'm going to ask people questions on the spot. Get ready. And we're going to have some time for, of course, answering questions and me going over concepts. So let this commence. All right. So let me see here. Um, so I first want to get started by, let me see. I'm trying to, okay, here we go. I'm looking at this real quick. Okay. So I have the YouTube link so that if people want that, they can get it. And I recommend people come to Zoom because that way you can get all of the benefits of being here, right? Because I'm going to be answering and asking questions. Okay. And I know this is going to be a long day, so we're going to get ready. I'm going to see here. We're going to take breaks throughout the day. It's going to be fun. Okay. So what I'm going to do is do we have any questions? I know that we have a couple of people. I want to start off with some questions. So if you have questions, feel free to unmute. If you don't,
Audio
that's
now
okay too.
unmuted. Original sound from
Awesome.
music.
Taylor?
Yes.
Margaret here.
Awesome.
Alright, when I look each week you're putting out the notes file,
Yeah.
and when I go into that notes file, my Safari seems to open it
Jessica
up.
K has joined the meeting.
It open it up as a view.
Is
It's
a
a view file somehow,
okay.
and I'm not able to copy the text in there, and
Mm.
I don't know why. Is anybody else having that trouble? It's a view dot something or other, and when I try to put it in text edit, the only thing that goes in there is the link
Okay.
for the file.
So good to
Any
know.
suggestions?
So I potentially, because I uploaded it as a Word document, so it's probably trying to convert it into Google Drive. This is something I'm gonna have to look at later, maybe when I'm on my breaks.
Okay.
But I will try to come up with a solution now. What I will do is for now, I will make a Google Drive link that you could just hit download. So give me about 10 minutes and I will put the notes in Google Drive links and hopefully that will work. And
Okay,
you could
so
just
when
hit
you put
down.
them in Google Drive links, that would open up, and would that download them on your Google Drive?
All you do is you hit download and that should download to your computer.
Okay. Because even if I go to download it and go put it in download, it puts a file called, and it calls it view in the download, in my download directory.
Okay.
And I try to open that and it won't open it.
Hmm. I might have to ask Michael. I'll try it myself. Have you tried it on the Google Classroom mobile app?
Oh, see, I don't know enough about Google Classroom. That's why I was moving it over to TextEdit to try to make a little folder with all the notes things in it so I didn't have to go through all the list of things on Google Classroom. That's all. I was just trying to make it simple.
No, I get it. So Google Classroom app is actually completely accessible.
Yeah, I've been
And
playing a little bit. I found your document last night. I just didn't go far enough.
okay, well, here's what we'll do. I will try to figure that out. This
Okay.
might be something I have to escalate to Michael and figure out how we're gonna
Yeah,
do
I'm in
this.
no
Because
rush
yeah,
on it. I'm in no rush. I can't get at the material. I was able to at least read it, but it was just an organizational thing to try to make little files and in one folder have all the little notes
got
for
it.
lecture. So that way I could just go back and make it easy and less
Okay,
time consuming to try to find it. And
I
I
will
thought
see what I
maybe
can do
others
about that.
would try to do the same thing because it's a common thing to try to do.
I get it. I totally get it, and I know Google Classroom can be a little weird about that. So let me see what I can do.
And I don't, and so I've just started to play with the Google Classroom stuff, and so
I
here we
get it.
go. All right.
I totally get it. But and you know, yeah.
That's my first question.
Okay,
Can I have a chance for two?
go ahead, and then I'll get to Jessica.
All right. When you did your first week demo of creating an activity
Uh-huh.
and going in and setting it up so that that activity was for coding and for Xcode, I tried to do that and I think I did it right, but
Okay.
somehow there's something wrong because it gives me all my punctuation and everything for everything I do, even my email. So what
Uh,
did I do wrong? Like it does it for my whole computer, for everything I open. It's not doing the activity part. It's doing it for
okay.
everything.
What you probably did wrong was maybe either one of two things. You didn't select Xcode as the app, or
Yeah,
you
I did
modified
select
the
Xcode.
settings.
It's in the list.
Okay. Or you like modified the settings somehow so it would work on like your entire computer instead of modifying it for the activity. That can't happen.
Would I have to take out the activity, delete it, and then go back and
I
recreate
would
it?
try that. I would try
All
it
right.
for sure.
I just didn't want to, do that and then like no, then voiceover isn't working or something.
VoiceOver will not kill itself if you do that.
Okay, that's what I was afraid of. Is there a way to set it back to default?
It will automatically set it to the default.
Okay.
If you delete the activity and you get rid of the punctuation settings, it will the default activity is called normal, I think.
Oh, okay. All right.
I
Thank you.
think. Yeah, but again, sorry, I didn't recognize your Zoom name because it was like a bunch of letters. I was like, who's that?
Oh, I don't, yeah, I don't. It's probably my MacBook Pro name. Sorry.
No, it's okay. I was just like, who is that?
Well, this is my Mac. I was using the iPhone before.
Got it. Well, yeah, I'm glad you're on your Mac because I'm gonna be, we might be sharing screen
I will
and
try
things.
to
So
rename myself in the
no problem.
future.
Yeah, no problem. I mean, it's not
Oh, I
bad.
know what happened. Yeah, it's another. I'm a president of a club, and it's grabbed that name for whatever reason.
Oh gosh.
All right, I
Well,
didn't realize that. Thank you.
you're very welcome. Yeah. Again, thank you for being here. And stick around because we're gonna do some review prep. We're gonna answer some questions.
All right, I will mute for the moment.
No
Taylor
problem.
Hurd mute my audio button.
Jessica, do you have a question? Or are you just lurking? Okay, let's see. Hold on a minute. Let me get my stuff in order. Oops, I don't have voiceover. Oh, that's awesome. My speech is gone. Hold on. Let me get the speech back. Hold on. What's going on with my speech? There we go. Okay, so let me see. All right, so what we're gonna do now is I'm gonna check chat and I'm gonna do that. And then we're gonna work on some questions. So you guys are gonna go and answer questions. How many of you have Margaret and others, have you guys taken the test yet? For the unit, I don't care if you take the week 3 test. There are 2 tests this week. There's a week 3 test and a unit 1
Audio now unmuted.
exam.
I've done quiz 1 and 2.
Okay, good to know. So
I won't touch 3 until I've gone through everything.
good. Yeah, that's great. And we'll talk about some of the material during the review today. But the quiz unit 1 exam is 30 questions. Actually, it might be 31. And it covers everything from the previous 3 weeks, right? And we're going to be going over some sample questions today. And it's going to be really fun. But I'm going to wait until we do some other things before I do that. Checking chat real quick, and then I'm going to, let's see. I'm going to find a break to eat some of my food. Okay, here we go. But I've got a bunch of sample questions we're going to go over. And I'm also making a study guide with a bunch of questions if you guys want to answer that. I was going to have it up this morning, but I slept for a long time. I was so tired yesterday. So I was preparing material since like 9 o'clock last night, and not like I got it finally done, but it was just a lot of stuff. So I'm hoping that you guys. Okay, there's no chats. Let's see. So okay, yeah, I got a chat. Is there class this week? Yes. So there is class this week, right? Because people are wondering, with Canadian Thanksgiving. So there is class. However, there will not be class US Thanksgiving, right? So that's the November 27th. And we kind of base all of this on where we're at. So right, we're in the US. So there will not be, like for US holidays, we observe those if they fall on Thursdays. So like Christmas and New Year's, we will not have class those weeks. Another thing to note is there's a class Google Calendar that you can subscribe to, so you can go into the class and you can subscribe to the calendar, and that way you can know when things are. So if there's going to be off times or things like that, you can go into calendar and then you can be able to add it to your Google Calendar and add it to your phone. It's really handy. Let's see. I think that's all of the messages I have on Mastodon and the places. Okay. So now let's see. I think it's kind of early for some people, so I'll probably waiting to
Audio sub
come in.
menu. Mute my audio button. Group.
Oh, go ahead, Margaret. I hear your speech. So I don't know if you're trying to say something. Yeah, let me look at the Safari issue. I'm gonna sort that out. But let's go ahead and get some questions out of the way. Let's do some sample stuff. So I'm gonna have you guys participate. So we're gonna have a round robin. So I'm gonna call on one of you guys. Of course, if you don't want to participate, let me know. But I hope that you guys will because it's gonna be fun. And if you don't know the answer, that's okay. It's gonna be time for a teaching moment. So let's go ahead and do some review. If you guys don't mind, let's do that. Oh, let me pull up my questions. I got a whole question bank I have over here, y'all. And let's do some review. So, first question is, hold on, let me get it up. Please wait while my computer's loading. Okay, so here we go. All right, Margaret, are you ready to receive a question?
Audio now unmuted.
Yes, I am. Sorry.
All right, let's go. Let the games begin. And this is, I make this fun. So this is a gamified review session. So here we go. What does the run button in Xcode do?
It runs your program, and it's you can get at it by Command R.
Oh, that is correct. Yay. All right. So, Jessica, are you here? And do you want to participate?
Yeah, I'm here.
Awesome. First of all, do you have any questions before we do the review?
Not specifically. I'm just kind of here for the review.
All right, let's do another question. So we're going to do round robin style. So, here we go. Ooh, here's a good one. Where do you change the deployment target of your app? Remember what that is?
So that's changing where you want it to run, right? Like,
Kind of. It's actually changing like the deployment, like the version. So remember, it's like iOS 26, iOS 18.
oh,
Do you know where?
shoot. I can't remember.
That's okay. So here are some options here. I have some choices. General tab, Issues Navigator, inside the build phases, under devices and simulators.
The build settings?
Kind of. So technically, the build phases, no, but there's the general tab, and then if you remember, the general tab has a bunch of things like deployment information and things like that. So you're close. So
Okay.
yeah, and what Michael talked about in class is the deployment information actually has where you can change like the version. So what Michael and I recommend is you go 3 versions back, right? So if we're doing 26, we might go to 17.
Okay.
Yeah, good. This is why we do the review.
Right. That might have been the
And
lecture
yeah.
I missed.
Oh, did you miss a lecture?
I missed a lecture, so I have to go
Was
back
that
through the
this
notes
week?
again.
What one did you miss?
I'm thinking last week's. So like the
Okay.
second one?
Well, you can always use your outlines for these questions, y'all. You don't have to memorize them, so download your outlines.
Right.
Are you able to download them, Jessica?
Huh?
Are you able to download it?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so everybody should get their outlines ready. You don't have to do this from memory. I should have said that, but I wanted to see. You can, I prefer that because I'm trying to make it a test setting, but you don't have to. And you can use your outlines for the test. However, I prefer, we want to make sure that you know this stuff. All right, next question. Let's go. Let me see here. Which command opens the devices and simulators window? So I'll give some choices. So we have Shift Command 2, Command 2, Option Command 2, Shift Command 1, and that goes to you, Margaret.
Audio now unmuted.
Devices. Which command opens devices and simulators? Is that right?
Yes. So remember that's where you manage, like, if I have to
Yeah.
add a new device.
A new device. I'm gonna guess on Shift Command 2.
You are correct. See, you're. This is why we do review, right? Because I want you guys to pass these tests. And I'm gonna actually, once we're done with office hours, yeah, people are asking me on the line, can I attempt all these questions myself? Yes. So once we're done with office hours, I'm gonna be putting up this big review guide that I'm using, and you guys can attempt the questions yourself. It will not be graded, so you don't have to do it. However, I'd recommend it. It's like a study guide. Okay, so now Jessica's turn. Okay, this one's interesting. What is the default language when creating a Swift UI project? So what I will say about this one, remember when we changed from iOS, right? For iOS as the main platform, and we didn't do multi-platform. So it's like, what is the default language? Is it Objective-C, Swift, C++, Java? What is it, Jessica?
Sorry, what were the choices again?
Oh, I'm sorry. I maybe cut you off or
No,
caught you
you're
off.
fine. I was multitasking.
Ah, I'm sorry. I'm being mean. Okay. Objective-C, Swift, C++, Java.
Objective-C?
No. So let me explain this. So whenever you, and I can always demonstrate these things too. So whenever you create a new project in Xcode, remember how we went from creating a project and we selected iOS as our platform?
Yeah.
It had a drop down for language. And if you look at the question, what language creates a new Swift? Look at that word, UI project, right?
Uh-huh.
It didn't say anything about Objective-C. Objective-C used to be the fad, but now we're using Swift.
Right.
So it's actually Swift. So if you look at that drop down in Xcode, it has a bunch of languages, right? You know, like UIKit or other things.
Yeah.
But really, you want Swift, not Objective-C.
Gotcha.
Is Apple the only language that uses Swift?
That's a good question. So technically, on Linux, you can use Swift because Swift is open source. And if Windows users, you can go download Swift from swift.org and you can mess with it in VS Code. And I may talk about that later. There's also, if you want to make websites with Swift, there's a framework. It's called Vapor, and you can make full websites with Swift.
Huh, cool.
All Swift is open source. So all, you know, everything that Swift is part of is in open source culture. And, you know, we were talking with one of our other people in the class, Becky, and, you know, she has Windows and her iPad's not working right now, but she could still participate in the Swift stuff because you could just download it and you can run it with a command prompt like Python. So Swift is not Apple's not the only one that uses Swift. Apple's the most consistent user of Swift, but yeah, that's a good question. All right, everybody feel good about that question?
Yep.
Yep.
All right, let's do another one. Let's see. And if everybody else comes in, what I will do is I'll put them in the round robin rotation. So this is gonna be really fun. So I've got over like 300 questions I could pick from. So yeah, I went all out, y'all, because I want to make sure you guys are ready. I hope you guys are gonna be ready for this test. Of course, I'm not gonna put all of them on the platform. I could. So last night I was making the quiz and I have a quiz maker that I use. My quiz maker was saying, you need to buy more credits. I was like, no, it was not great anyway. So what I did is I found another, it's actually a form maker. And if you're using Google Forms, I recommend it. This is kind of off topic, but I'll talk about it. It's called an AI form maker. And you can literally make forms from YouTube videos, from files. It's really cool. It's $12 a month or $72 a year. However, they include free Gemini usage with it, and you can use it unlimited times. So I actually recommend it. It's fully accessible. All right, let's do another question. Sorry, I'm eating breakfast at the same time because we usually like to get McDonald's on Saturday mornings. Just kind of a fun thing. And we have these griddles. All right, next question. Here we go. Oh, this is the one that takes us back. Margaret, what does the canvas in the Xcode show? Live SwiftUI previews, terminal output, code metrics, signing certificates.
Can you read the A again?
Yeah, I can. Live SwiftUI previews.
Yeah, it's that one.
Yep, you're correct. So if we take it back to week 1, remember how Michael showed the whenever you're making a SwiftUI app,
Yeah,
it
that
live
was my
previews?
question, actually.
Oh, go ahead. What was the question?
No, that was my question about that, because I didn't know whether you put things in the canvas or whether...
Oh, yes, I remember now.
Because I couldn't figure that out.
So
There was
I'll
anywhere to read it.
I'll expand on that actually. So in old times, you used to use these things called storyboards. How long
Right.
have you been trying to make iOS apps, Margaret? I'm not sure if do you remember those storyboards?
Yeah, I did. I tried to do that, but it was really hard.
Trust me, I did too. Did you watch the app or the AppleVis guide on it? Did you see that?
Yeah, I did. I played with that, and I played with Code with Chris stuff, but he pointed a
How do
lot.
you, man? I did too.
He pointed a lot.
But yeah, hopefully y'all are enjoying this class.
Yeah, it's been pretty cool.
Go ahead.
Yeah, it's really fun. I love helping Michael out. Yeah, so I was trying to do storyboards. So in storyboards, you'd actually have to drag,
Exactly.
yeah. It'd be like a designer. It was difficult.
And what happens too is even in some of the Apple stuff, it has you can do control drags. And
Yep.
when you do the control drags, all the material comes up automatically.
Uh-huh.
But with VoiceOver on, it doesn't do a thing. I've played with that with friends of mine. And they can do it sighted, but I can't do it because when I turn on VoiceOver, nothing happens.
So I want to highlight something. This is really important. So if you have feedback, contact Apple, like the feedback, or even Apple Accessibility, because like they can get that triaged, and let's make Xcode accessible.
All right, thank you.
All right, let's do next question. Let's go. Let's see here. So, how can you highlight the sorry. Try that again. Hide the inspectors on the right side of the screen. So remember when Michael did that for less clutter? So let's see what we have. And this goes to Jessica. I think. Yeah.
Yeah.
Option Command 0. Shift Command 0. Click the right side divider. Open View Greater Hide Right Pane. What is it?
Oh gosh.
This may not be on the test, but it's always something to know. I'm just gonna
Yeah,
highlight that. It's okay if you don't know. You know, we
I'm
didn't
not
really
sure.
cover them. It's let me hold on. It is. Let me get it out real quick. Option Command 0.
Dang it. That's what I should have guessed. I was right.
It's okay. You know?
Can you actually repeat that whole question again?
Yeah, I can do that.
All right.
Let me do that real quick. How can you highlight Why do I keep doing that? Okay. I guess this food's getting to me. Okay. Hi. How can you hide the inspectors on the right side of Xcode? Option Command 0. Shift Command 0. Click the right side divider. Open View Greater Hide Right Pane.
Got it. Okay. Thank you.
Does that help?
Yeah, thanks.
And remember, we are recording this. So a study tip I'm going to mention is if you want to, you can take these office hours and like the questions and like the answers, and you can download the subtitles from the YouTube, and you can kind of make your own little study plan based on what we did today.
What do you mean download a sub what from YouTube? What?
Oh, that's a good question. So every YouTube video has automatically generated subtitles or captions.
Okay.
And you can download those through different websites. And they're all like free and safe. And the reason like I do those is let's say I'm watching a video, but I want to get everything out of it. Or let's say something's like visual or whatever. I can download those subtitles and I can read the text of the video. So everything that was said, but I can read it in text form.
Oh, got it. All right.
And I have a website that I use called downsub.com. And the reason I do that, that's how I make the outlines. I download the extra subtitles, and I work with AI and I help make the outline because that way I can get all the text and all the voiceover output that was spoken. So that's just a nice study tip.
I right now am copying feverishly.
Say what?
I'm copying feverishly, typing feverishly on my.
Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. It's okay. And I'm gonna have like a document probably of like all the stuff because I know this is a lot, but these are things that I've learned over the years that I want to share with everybody. Okay, I don't think anybody else has joined. I better look. I've hidden alerts so that they wouldn't blab at me. Let me look. I have sounds on. Nope. Okay. Yeah, I have sounds on, so I'm sure people will show up later. It's pretty early for the Pacific people. So anyway, let's do another one. I think is it your turn, Margaret?
It's
I
mine.
think you just said.
Yeah, I think it's mine.
Okay.
Jessica went last.
What is the first step when creating a new project in Xcode? So this can get a little tricky, and this might be on the test, so you might want to know those. Open file, create a new project.
First, okay, go ahead.
Yeah, what is the first step, right? There's a lot of steps, but what do you do
Yes.
first? So that's the first one. Install certificates. Oh, sorry, what?
No, go ahead. Read these choices. Go ahead.
Install certificates. Set a build scheme. Run the simulator.
I only had 3 choices. I missed one.
No, you had 4.
I only heard 3.
Oh, file new project.
Oh, that's the answer.
Correct.
File new project.
You can't really do the simulator and the certificates and the other stuff unless you have a project. And this will be on the test in some form, so make sure you know how to create a project because you will be quizzed on this. All right, Jessica, what does trust what does trust developer app in iPhone settings mean? So remember week 1, I had to set up my environment, and this is kind of a question on that. So we have allows the app signed with your certificate to run, grants network permissions, enables accessibility testing, turns on AirDrop debugging.
What were the choices again? Sorry.
It's okay.
I should have joined on my Mac and not my phone, but
Well, you know what? Rejoin. There's no waiting room.
that's fair.
Rejoin if you need to.
Yeah, I'll do it after this one.
What does trust? Okay, so did you hear the question?
Yes.
allows the app signed with your certificate to run, grants network permissions, enables accessibility testing, turns on airdrop debugging. A few of those kind of sound crazy.
The first one.
Yep. Correct. So you got to make sure you have the certificate that allows it, right? Once you trust it, that it can run on your phone.
Yeah.
So go ahead and rejoin, Jessica, and I'll pause until you rejoin.
Oh, okay.
I can check chats. This has been really fun, actually. Holy crap, we've been going for 35 minutes.
Jessica K has left the meeting.
All right. Let me check chats. Check chats. A minute. Where's my chats? Hold on. Oh, wait. And I know some students can make it till later, so I'm sure we'll have a bunch of people. Holy moly, we have 5 people in chat. Okay, hold on. Sorry, y'all. I really apologize. Okay, chat. I don't have any messages yet. However, if you guys want to answer the questions, go ahead and do so. Right? So I'll have like chat questions, or you guys can answer the questions as well. And if you want to come on Zoom and you're in the class, go ahead and do that, because this will help. You can answer questions and be in the rotation.
How do they get on chat and not have a microphone?
Say what?
How do they get on chat and not have a microphone?
And get on chat. Oh, this is chat on YouTube.
Oh, all right.
So recall that we stream all of these to YouTube.
Right, okay,
Yep.
sorry.
So office hours, yeah, that's a good question I'm asked on. People are sending me questions I'm asked on, which is fine. Office hours are streamed to my YouTube channel. Why? Because I do them, and that way it helps my YouTube stuff, right? Because I'm at 904 subscribers. I'm trying to get up to 1,000. And then the classes are streamed on the main company channel.
What's your name of your YouTube channel, please?
It's just Taylor Arndt, so Taylor Arndt. And you can find the previous office hours, and it links to my channel.
ARNT?
ARNDT. So D as in David. We're just taking a slight, and we'll take an hour or so lunch break, 30 minutes, so that you guys can get lunch and we can. I just had lunch, or dinner, brunch, whatever the heck it's called. But I know I want to make sure everybody can take a little break, because I know the studying can be a little crazy. All right, let's see. Okay. So yeah, I think I don't think Jessica came back yet, did she? Let me look.
No,
My alerts
she
are-
hasn't. I haven't heard it yet.
Margaret, you're a little quiet.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's okay. I can hear you, but if I'm using my voiceover, you're a little quiet.
All right.
It's not a huge deal, but I was like, whoa.
It's
That's why I
relocked.
have to have you repeat yourself. I
Is
can hear
this
your
any
speech
better? Is this any better?
a little bit. I can hear your speech better than you.
Okay, let me figure out how to connect my AirPods to my Mac.
Oh, it's literally like simple. You just put your AirPods to your Mac, or hold down the button, and it will pair.
And it'll pair? All right.
Yeah. What AirPods do you have?
I just got the Pro 3s when I was up in Ottawa.
Oh, yay!
I went to my first Apple store.
Woo! Where again? I don't know, if this is too private.
I
I
was up in
understand.
Canada.
Are you live in Canada?
No, I live in Massachusetts.
What were you doing in Canada?
I have some good friends up there that I visit.
Yeah,
See.
I do a lot of work for Canadian companies. I'll say that much.
Yeah.
We'll get rid of this wrapper over here. How far do you live from the border?
Oh, I'm in the southeast corner of Massachusetts, so I live a ways away from the border.
Well, so happy that you went to the Apple store.
Yeah, it was fun.
We have 2 Apple stores where we're at. Yes, do we have a Discord?
All right.
Yes. Oh, hello.
How about now?
Oh, thank God, much better.
Sorry.
No, it's okay. It was fine up until I started using my voiceover. All right, so I'm gonna give Jessica a minute or so, and then we'll resume. But it's okay. We're gonna take frequent breaks because I want this to be fun. So we're not just gonna cram review stuff all day. We're gonna talk. We're gonna have fun. This is what our office hours are like, right? We're not just gonna study all the time. We're gonna have fun, talk about things because we always like to talk about things, and we also have a
Yeah.
Discord. Are you familiar with Discord?
I tried to use it once on the code with Chris, and I just got totally lost. The menu, it was just way
Oh,
overkill.
it's better. They've really got it better now.
It
They
was
made it
just
more
like
accessible.
awful.
They've made
So
it
I never
more
went
accessible.
back.
Yeah.
All right, so I'll go back.
And some
Okay.
servers have a lot of emojis. Of course, ours does not. But
How would you find your Discord server?
so let me there's a link. I'll put it in the chat. It's
Turn this volume down.
it's techopolisonline.com/discord, but let me put it in the chat.
Okay.
We're gonna have a link. Oh, if I could type. We're gonna have a room in there. We also have a voice bot. We made it in Python. So if you join a voice channel and you unmute the voice category, it will say like voice bot. It will actually notify you when somebody's in a voice channel that you have access to.
Oh, all right.
And we're gonna have a voice channel for the class. So if you want to talk, like when we're not in office hours, we're in somewhere else, you can do that. Let me get the link real quick if I could type. It'd be helpful. Online.com Discord. We have like 200 and some members there. You might recognize some of them. Michael's there. Wow, we have 23 online and 221 members.
Well,
It's very much better. I like. We even have like these roles, so you can actually select to get like Apple like news about like 9 to 5 Mac and other things on our Discord because it has like an RSS feed. So whenever there's new Apple news, like you can actually get it on the Discord. It's like a notification. We have a lot of cool things on our server. But yeah, I'll give Jessica a minute and then we'll continue. I'm gonna check chat. I think we've got some more chats. Yes, we do. Hold on a second. Wait a minute. I'm not seeing. Hold on. What's going on in my chats? Please wait. Oh wait. Yes. Okay. There we go. I'm seeing them now. Okay. Let's see. One of them says, "Do you work with Fable?" Yes, I do. But I won't go into that whole thing right now. But they're great to work with. Another one says, "Are you hiring at Techopolis?" No, wish we were. But um, okay. So then we have, what is your job? Oh, okay, somebody new to my channel. What is your job role? I am the Chief Accessibility and Operations Officer at Techopolis, and I work with Michael to do these classes. I also work on AI projects, and I work on accessibility stuff as well. And I do a lot of coding and testing and course stuff. Okay. So those are all the chats. Interesting that people YouTube chat's down. Okay. That's why people are sending me stuff on Mastodon. So YouTube is having an outage. Awesome. Okay. Anyway, let's see. I might start back up again once Jessica, probably she got distracted, she couldn't figure it out. So I might get started again once let me just do a couple more questions, but making sure this is, and we'll take what, so you're in Eastern time, is that right, Margaret? Yeah, I want to make sure that we, oops, what am I doing here? Wow, we've answered
I'm
9
sorry.
questions. No problem.
You asked me a question. I was trying to copy the chat and put it somewhere, that link, that's all.
Oh, no problem. What are you in Eastern time zone?
I am in Eastern time zone, yes.
So what we'll do is when we'll probably take lunch at like, whatever 1 Eastern noon Central. I haven't decided yet. But we'll try to figure out the best time with like, between everybody in the room at that time. I know that people can't join until later, but we've answered 9 questions so far. So let me just do one more real quick. Let's just start up a little bit more because maybe Jessica got distracted. So let's just do one more. Let's do, ooh, this is a good one. What is stored in the derived data folder? Ooh. Build intermediates and cache results. User interface files. Oh, welcome. Project source code. Simulator images.
Can you repeat that again one more time?
Yeah. What is stored in derived data?
All right, and the answers?
Yeah, user interface files, project source code, simulator images, and build intermediates and cache results. This is kind of a tricky one.
The first with the user files?
User files. No, so
It's the last
no.
one then?
It's the build intermediates and cache
Intermediate and
results.
cache files? Yeah, okay. That was my
Yeah, so
second
that's where
thought.
it stores all that cache. So remember how like Xcode can take up a lot of space?
Yes.
That's kind of where the derived data comes in. This may not be on the test, but it's always good to know in case you have to get rid of files, right? You got to know where to go. So it's not like you're going to have to remember this, but it's always good. That's why I threw it in here.
Got it.
All right, welcome, Dane. So what we're doing is we're doing review. So we're doing this round robin style. So basically I'm giving people questions and then they are coming in and they're answering them. And then we're kind of going back and forth. We're also having fun talking. And of course, if you have other questions not related to review, I will take those as well. So we're having fun with some all day office hours. Michael and other people are doing this all day like TV marathon or something. So I'm not really interested in all that like science fiction stuff. So I decided we're gonna do an all day office hours while they're having a TV marathon. Anyway, so let me yeah, so if you have any questions, Dane, you can unmute now. If you don't, you can just lurk, but we're doing a all day office hours till whenever we feel like it. But you don't have to stay for the whole time. But it's always good to get the lowdown on all the
Oh
questions.
boy, this will be fun.
Yeah, it will be fun.
And it's nice to meet you, by the way,
Yeah,
as
nice
well
to
as
meet you.
everybody here. I'm glad I could be here.
Yeah. Do you have any questions about any course content before I ask you a question for review and I put you on the spot?
Oh, I'm all right for now. Thanks, though. Oh,
Okay,
I might have a couple.
go
Well,
ahead.
just one. So, are we going over just the code or Xcode itself right now?
We
Like
are
on
doing
this review?
Unit 1 review. So this is
Oh,
where
okay.
I'm not teaching new content. I can't, well, okay, I can do that, but I think Michael would not be happy if I did that.
Right.
We're
Okay, so
doing
this
Unit
is
1
just
review.
Unit 1. All right, thank you.
You're welcome. All right, so now, yeah. we're gonna do, like I said, more questions. So if people don't want to participate in these review rounds, that's okay. They don't have to. But it's always good to practice. So what we're gonna do now is we're gonna do a couple other questions. I'm gonna change it up a little bit because I don't want to have to ask the same student a bunch of questions. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to now talk about some concepts. So a lot of the times when you are dealing with Xcode, things can get really big, right? All these versions and all the components, that can get really, really big. And a lot of times you may not have the most storage on your Mac, right? Like, I mean, I have 512, but even then, it can be crazy. Like, I've had Xcode take up 300 gigs before. And so that's why the derived data is really important. And also Xcode stores things in the library. So like the tilde/library/developer Xcode. And so when those things are happening, like yesterday, for example, no, not yesterday, Thursday, I had that huge crash and Michael told me to delete the file in library, right? Sometimes you have to delete different files for Xcode to, like cache and things. And all those archives. So remember when we did the archives on Thursday? We'll talk about those later. When you do an archive, it actually caches that so that can add to your Xcode clutter. So that's always something to keep in mind when you're dealing with Xcode. All right. I got another question in. Where do I get it here? Hold on a second. Okay. So question is in the chats of. Okay, somebody just sent me a thing in Classroom. Is this office hours mandatory? No. Is it fun to come to? Yes. So that's that question. And of course you can, if you have questions, you can post them in the Classroom and you can in the stream. So you don't have to just do it during office hours. Welcome. All right, let's see. Welcome, Raymond. So what we're doing is we're doing review rounds. And first we're asking people if they have like general questions, and then we're doing unit 1 review for the test. And again, you don't have to participate in these, but they're really good to do because I'll ask people questions and I'll rotate. So Raymond, do you have any questions about any content that you want to address right now?
Actually, I do have a question. I don't know if it is something you'll address now or maybe later, which
Go
is
ahead.
fine. My
Go ahead.
question
What is
is,
it?
there's, they have the app. When you're in the new project window and you can choose the different options for creating from the app templates, there's the app with a document.
Yes.
I don't remember if we covered that or not. I didn't think we did, but I was wondering if we were going to at some point just to see like the difference between the two. If that
Okay.
makes sense, what I'm
Yes.
asking.
This is going to be on the test, so I'm glad you mentioned it. Now, you're not going to need to create a document app, but what you're going to need to do is you're going to need to define what an app is, right? What kind of app you create when you start working in the projects.
Right.
And a document-based app is for things like a text editor or, something, it actually has like a built-in like document browser.
Mhm.
And, another thing that you can do is you don't have to like create or, like use a document app to like code in. But if people are curious, you can actually create a document app and you can see what's inside. So what it has by default is a list. And if you hit add, it actually adds the current date. And then you can use like the delete gesture to delete it in VoiceOver. It's actually interesting. So it makes a full list. We're not going to cover that for a while now. But what you're going to need to know is you're going to need to know that a document app has a lot more boilerplate And if you're creating something like a document reader, text editor, or something where you're going to need that like document browser, a document app is where you're going to need to go.
Okay. Okay, perfect. That answers that question at least.
Did you have another one? I thought I heard something. Maybe you didn't. I don't know. Can't remember.
I lost track of what my question was going to be, so it's okay if I think it. I'll come back to it, but I am going to stick around if that's okay.
You stick around. So we're also doing these review things. So basically I ask questions like so students don't have to participate. But what I do is like I go back and forth. So I say like maybe one for you, Margaret, one for you, Ray. Like I go back and forth.
Okay, sounds
Is that
great.
something you want to participate in?
Yeah, sure.
All right.
Definitely.
That's okay. Let's do it. So let's see. I don't think, there's one person that doesn't want to participate. That's okay. You don't have to, but if you do, that's great. It's kind of I actually took a tax class, and the teacher did this for final exam reviews where they had like, I don't know, 3,000 students, and we'd all answer a question. It took all day, but it was fun. Anyway, this is where I got the idea from. Okay, so let's do this. Let's see. So, next question. Ooh, this is a good one. How do you reveal build warnings in Xcode? Now, what I will say about this, and this goes to you, Raymond, what I will say is that build warnings are really important. Now, they're not going to break your code, okay? So they're not going to, it's not going to be a catastrophic failure. However, it's something you probably should address because it could be an error eventually. So how do you reveal those? Because that could be a good question. So we have our answers. We have choices. Click Run Destination. Open the Info tab. Open the source control, or okay, hold on. Click or use the Issues Navigator.
Is that for me or
Yeah, that goes for you,
okay.
Raymond.
Yeah, it's in the Issues Navigator. I would think that's where it would be anyways.
It's correct. You are absolutely correct. And welcome whoever just joined. Let me see who that is. Let me see. I think it is. Oh, Jessica. Okay, cool. Thank you, Jessica, for coming back. So, all right, here we go. So let's do another question. This goes to you, Margaret, so we're going to start back the rotation. Which goes to you? I'm sorry. Bleh, let me repeat myself because I'm going all crazy over here. Okay, so which menu lets you choose an iPhone as the run destination? So we have File, Window, Product, or... Oh, weird. That was weird. Okay. Or Devices. Or View. Yeah, so which one would let you do that? There's one clear answer here. Glass.
Product.
Correct. You are absolutely correct. All right, next. So let's see. We're gonna do go to Jessica, and then we're gonna continue going around the rotation. Oh, this is a good one. What should you do if the certificate report is incomplete? Now, remember from week 1, I had this problem. This is not going to be on the test in this kind of form, but it's always good to know in case your certificate is like not working and you have the problem that I did when I reset my Mac. So what do? You delete Xcode, restart the simulator, create a new certificate in Xcode Teams certificates, switch to Playgrounds.
Create a new certificate.
That's correct. That's correct. Again, you won't always have to do this, but it's always good to know. And it may or may not be on the test, so wink, wink. Yeah, I'm giving a lot of things away, and the test is only 30 questions, but it's always good to understand all of the content because once you learn this stuff, it will build on each other. So, all right, now I think, let's see. Yeah, we're going to go Raymond. Ooh, this is a good one. Why is the iOS simulator or any simulator limited? So it lacks the Swift compiler. It can't access hardware features. It only runs on Intel Macs. It uses outdated iOS versions.
And why is that simulator limited to as to what you can do with it? Is that the
Right.
question?
Why is it limited? Why is it worse than running on a device?
Because I'm just gonna take a guess just because it seems like it would be, you don't have the hardware. Like it's not, like it's a simulation of the device. So I don't think it can completely give you the complete,
It's correct. Yeah.
yeah.
You
Like
don't.
you're not gonna get the full experience.
You're
What I
not
was trying to
at
say.
all. Yeah, you're not at all. You're gonna have limited experience. You're not gonna have the full thing. So, all right, next thing, let me see. Let's see who. All right. So, okay, so we're gonna continue the rotation. Let's see. We're gonna start with Margaret. I'm writing all this down because I think once we get a lot of students, it'll get interesting. But it's okay. We got this going. So we have 14. What file extension? Ooh, this is something you're gonna need to know. What file extension identifies a Swift playground? So we've got that Swift, that playground, that Xcode, proj, that PKG.
So playground.
Yes, yep. Now, okay, let me I will ask this question to anybody who wants to take it. So this is a free for all question. I may have these throughout the office hours. Who let me rephrase this. What is the difference between a playground and an Xcode project? Anybody can answer this. This is not in rotation. Anybody can take it.
The
I can
difference.
try it.
Oh,
Oh,
sorry.
go ahead, Raymond. No, go ahead,
You
Raymond.
go. No, you go.
I'm sorry, it's funny.
Playground are kind of like an encapsulated program area to try ideas, and
Okay.
the Xcode project is where you can build the whole piece of software and actually put it on a device or devices.
Okay. Raymond, I want to hear your answer as well.
The playground is where like all the files are in one self-contained project kind of, whereas Xcode or the project is not necessarily like that. At least that's my explanation of it or
So
understanding.
you guys are both correct in some different ways. So let me explain. So the difference is that the Xcode project is more of a heavy duty project, right? So if you delete something in an Xcode project, right, it's still going to be referenced in some way. But then, the Xcode, the playground is a self-contained one file. That's the key thing. One file version, right? So it's only one file and it has everything contained. So I just thought I would throw that in there. And there'll be a few of those questions. Okay, let's see. Now I gotta figure out. I think Margaret, you went. I shouldn't have done that, but I think it's
Yes.
Jessica's turn.
Quick question, if I may.
Yeah, go ahead, and you can ask
Um,
questions yourself too. It's not just a review session.
So with the playgrounds, for example, like it's all one file. So can you send that for like through the app store and stuff, or would you not do that?
Good question. So when I say one file, I guess it should be more clear. It's one bundle. Okay. So it's just the .playground file. In Xcode, you have a bunch of links. Can you send it to the App Store? Yes. But there's a few conditions that need to be met. This is a good question. One, you must have a paid developer account. Okay, so you must have a $99 a year, either business or personal account. And I'm going to actually talk about that. So because people are asking me, like, do I need a business or personal account? We'll talk about that. And then two, you must only be able to deploy on the platform that you're working on. What does that mean? Well, if you're working on the playground on Mac, you can't deploy it for iOS, right? It will only show on the Mac App Store. If you're working on iOS with like iPad, same kind of thing, right? It will only work on that platform. With a Xcode, you can deploy on all of the platforms. So when you choose your destination, for example, like Mac, iPad, things like that, it will deploy, right? So you have a Mac build, you have an iPad build or iPhone build. So yeah, that is a good question. And then, does anybody here, before I go any further, have a paid developer account? Anybody? Just curious.
I don't.
You
I
don't?
don't. Yeah.
Okay, that's
Not
no
that I'm not
problem.
willing to,
I
but I was
was-
like, I didn't want to. Programming is still slightly new to me in general, so I was like, I want to see how far I can get into it before I'm like, you need it. It's an investment. You know what I mean? I didn't want to do that quite yet without knowing how
That's
far I'd
totally.
jump into this.
And you know, some people, right, depending on how they do throughout the class, may become Techopolis developers anyway, right? So, you know, that will be based later in the course, right? So some of you guys may end up becoming developers on our team anyway. So where you can like submit your apps under our App Store Connect, our name. But again, that will be later on, right? I can't make the determination. That's obviously
Yeah, of
Michael.
course. That's long term and
Mhm.
depends on
Well-
progress and all kinds of other things.
But I can tell you what, because people are asking me, how do I get this, right? Here's the secret. Interact with the class. Be vocal online, right? Be answering questions, doing well on quizzes. That's a great way to become a developer on our team. And it wouldn't be like it wouldn't be like a paid thing, obviously. It'd just be like, you can submit your app, you can submit your final project under our account. That way you don't have to buy your own. And who knows what could come of that, right? You could get more freelance work or, because people are asking me, what can you do after the class? You can do a lot, right? You can, become a developer, get like freelance work where you're working for clients. You can make your own apps and sell them online. You could do a lot, right? But this class is a stepping stone.
Yeah, because I was also looking at the and I started reading it like all one day. I was reading a bunch of the different links on the actually I got the app that they have for the 100 days of Swift UI.
Yes, yeah,
Um,
it's pretty
I-
good.
Yeah, no, I was looking at that for a while, and at one point I was like, okay, it's time to just to see what I was getting into, and so yeah, I was looking at that for a little bit too.
How do you find
I've gone all the way through it. I went all the
Have
way
you?
through it. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, it's fantastic. It's really good.
I'm
You're
trying to
talking
think how
about
far I got
Unwrapped,
into
right?
it.
Talking about
You're
what?
talking about Unwrapped?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's really good.
It's it's also really good for looking something up if you don't remember what a code is for something, because it shows everything on one or two screens. So it makes it faster to look things up than trying to find a book.
How do you guys find this class so far? Like, I'm just curious. Are you guys liking it?
Yeah.
I'm having fun with it.
Yeah, because we really like to make it interactive and fun.
I think I don't know what I was gonna say, but I do sometimes it happens. Sorry. Um I think you guys have put together an interesting course, and I've said it before, but thank you again for taking the time to do it.
Well, we really like to help people, and we are, we really like to share what we know because, the way I learned app development was through Michael. Right? He taught me everything I know. I mean, yeah, I tried coding with Chris and other things in the 100 Days Swift UI. But like, especially in the old days with storyboards and like other stuff and things, it was not easy. So a lot of the things I know is from Michael. So anyway, do we have any more questions before we move on to some more review? You guys all good on this stuff?
So far.
Okay, let's see. I gotta remember. I should just write this now. Okay, so let's see. I think you just went right, man?
No, I went and then he asked the question.
All right, so I'm gonna. I think Jessica's turn.
Yeah, I think so.
All right, I'm sorry. We get talking. I'm like, woo, turn it up.
No, it happens. Totally understandable.
All right, next question. Oh, this is a good one. What does source control and Xcode manage? Now, this again is not hugely important, but it's good to know. Network debugging, version history and collaboration, certificates, device profiles.
Version history.
Yep, and manage version control, things like that. Good job. Okay. Raymond. Oh, welcome. Let me see who we have here first, real quick, and then we'll. Oh, welcome back, Dane. All right. So continue. All right, Raymond. Where do you add your Apple ID to enable signing and other developer features? So we have following.
Oh,
what?
it's. Can I mean, I know the answer, or should you rather go through the choices?
Go ahead. If you know the answer,
It's-
what were you gonna say?
It's in preferences or settings and the Apple account.
Great. It's even better, y'all, if you know the answer without choices, right? Because you're not gonna have choices in real life as a developer. Keep that
True.
in mind. Right? Every adventure is not gonna be a multiple choice paradise. For lack of a better word. Okay. So if you know the answer without the choices, that's even better. Because that way you're showing you retain it. Okay. Now, if you need the choices, that's okay too. But you're not gonna have choices in everyday life. Like, for example, when I'm working on signing, right? I'm not gonna have choices, right? It's not gonna be like, okay, where do I go signing? It's just gonna be like, okay, I go to, the signing capabilities. I add the capability for signing with Apple. Okay. So let's start the rotation over. And I think let me keep things all going over here. So we're gonna start with Margaret and we're gonna keep going.
Okay.
What feature in Xcode allows for live updating of SwiftUI code? Do you need the choices or you got it?
Yeah, I need the choices, please.
Got it. Build phases, preview canvas, scheme selector, inspector panel.
Build phases?
Not quite. So let me.
Inspector panel?
Nope. Preview canvas.
Well, that's what it's shown, right? That's the preview
That's
is what it's showing. Maybe I misunderstood the question. What was it? Can you go back over the
here. Let
question again?
me here. So what feature in Xcode allows for live preview? Right. So the canvas.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's a canvas. Okay, I
Yeah, I'm
misunderstood the question.
sorry. Maybe I didn't say anything correctly. Maybe could have been my bad. That's always possible because I'm reading fast and I'm doing things and I'm going all over the place. So let's do this next one, Jessica. What is the purpose of the identity area, like the section, the tab, whatever you want to call it? Do you need the choices, Jessica?
Yeah.
Okay, so we got list certificates, displays error logs, that's the app name, version, bundle identifier, etc. Controls theme settings.
I'm thinking it's the first one.
First one, let's see. Yeah, so it sets the name, app bundle identifier, version. Yeah, correct.
Okay, that's what I thought.
I had to try to shuffle the answers because for some reason everything is showing up as a weird first answer. I gotta figure all that out anyway. I'll figure that on our lunch break. We're gonna have a lunch break probably in like an hour or so. That way you guys can get refueled up for the afternoon. And what I'm gonna do is since I just ate, I'm gonna get some more questions ready, and that way I can figure out which ones I want to cover for the afternoon, and then we'll continue and things like that, and we'll kind of have a informal lunch break. We'll talk, we won't do any review though, because in case you guys are eating lunch, we'll talk, we'll have fun. We'll talk about different Xcode things or other random things. So we'll kind of have an hour of let's just kind of have a little casual chat. So we're gonna do that probably. Let me check my time here. 11:14. Okay, so I'm probably gonna do that at noon Central Time, so that way it's 1 Eastern. That way it's good for everybody. What time zone are you in, Raymond? I can't remember.
Eastern.
Got it. Okay, so a lot of us are in Eastern. I'm in Central, so we'll just do that at noon Central Time. So we'll stop and we'll do review later. But I think we're gonna go to Raymond now. I think Jessica just answered. All right, here we go. I'm sure. Oh yeah, we got a bunch more people saying they're coming in the afternoon, so I'm gonna have a whole thing down here. Ooh, what does incrementing the build number do? Let me actually hold on. What is incrementing the build number indicate? Do you know, Raymond?
Increment. Yeah, I can't talk. Incrementing the build number. It's like when you're putting out a new version of the app, you would put out a new build number, wouldn't you?
Yes. So remember, there's 2 ways to do it. You can either increment it yourself or let App Store Connect do it for you.
But that's only if you use the App Store
Connect.
Because as a free developer account, you wouldn't have access to that, right?
You would not have access to App Store Connect. No, you cannot upload builds to
Yeah, I didn't think so.
either test. So technically, you can't distribute if you have a free account. Okay. You
Yeah,
can't do that. Now,
Yeah.
let's say, for example, that you're in my situation where I have a free developer account, but then I've been invited to somebody else's team. I can do that only if I select the Tech Apples team or whatever team I'm invited to.
right. That makes sense.
Because you can be invited to like as many teams as you want. I'm on like 3 or 4, so maybe 5.
Wow.
So yeah, because of
That
like
must be a
different
lot
clients.
to keep in your head.
No, because I just go in the drop down, and most of the time I select Techopolis. But yeah,
Yeah.
Techopolis is the main team, and then other times it's other clients or other customers and things. That's why I don't like to show that dialogue because it has all the other stuff in there. Okay, so now it is Margaret's turn. Let's go. So here we go. What is? Oh wow. Hold on. Okay, yes. What is the minimum requirements for testing on an iPhone? Do you need choices, Margaret?
Yes, please.
All right. Developer account and certificate, only simulator, App Store approval, test flight link.
Test flight link.
No, so this one could actually be a little deceptive. So let me explain this one. So what it's saying is, what is the minimum requirements for testing on an iPhone? So think about this. If it was a test flight link, then free developers couldn't make apps to test on their iPhone, right? So it has to be the other one, developer account and
The
certificate. And what I mean,
okay.
yeah,
Because you couldn't be a developer if you didn't have the account. Okay.
right. And developer account could mean one of 2 things, free or paid, right? So you need the developer account and you need the certificate. Now we'll talk about this later with the provisioning profiles. We'll get into that later, and that will be on the test provisioning profile. So stick around. We'll probably cover that after lunch. But you're gonna need to know about provisioning profiles. Very important. So we'll stick around. I'm not gonna do that one just yet. All right. Next question, Jessica. Now we had this one earlier, but where are warnings and errors summarized? So where are they, where are they summarized? So we've got, do you need choices, Jessica?
Yes, please.
All right. So we got reports navigator, issues navigator, editor pane, signing panel.
Issues navigator.
No, so the issues navigator has them in there, right, as the full text. But if you want to actually see all of the issues, like let's say when I copy them, that's when you go to the reports navigator to look at the build report.
Oh, gotcha.
And this will be on the test. So you're gonna need to know about the reports navigator. And I guess my S lady thought it did too because it was trying to talk. No, we're not gonna call the reports navigator. It was like calling reports navigator. What? Anyway, okay, S lady needs to stop it. All right. Oh my goodness, hold on. Please wait. We're getting. Sorry, y'all. I didn't want to blast your ears off. Okay, missing Amber Alert.
Oh,
The
terrific.
ACL. All right. So there's a huge festival going on this weekend. It's called Austin City Limits Music Festival. It's like a huge festival that takes up the entire city, and that's why we're not going out this weekend because it's gonna be crazy to get around. So anyway,
I know.
Is
Side note, for the Austin City Limits thing, I know they have like the show where they have like performances from Austin City Limits. I don't know if is that the same thing? Or
there's a
slightly
whole
different?
festival.
Wow.
Yeah, it's like 2 or 3 weekends. Crazy. All right. That just totally took my focus. Okay, I think it's let's see, Jessica just went, so Raymond. Oh, like my focus is totally gone now. Okay, anyway. So we have now here's a similar question. What does the reports navigator provide? Do you need choices, Raymond?
If I remember correctly, the reports navigator, can't you export like logs from there
Yes.
with all
Yes.
the, if you want to share it with someone or to read it somewhere else?
Yeah, you need you can export issues and logs and all reports from the reports navigator. This will be on the test in some form or fashion, so you're gonna need to know about this. This is pretty important. The reports navigator. And let me continue. Okay, so Margaret, let's see. So this is obvious. What does Command Z do? I threw this in here just as kind of an easy question.
Command Z.
Yeah. What does
Undo?
it do? Yep.
Undo?
Remember, yep. So if I mess something up, I could just hit Command Z and undo it. Pretty important. All right. So, all right, Jessica. Woo, this is a good one. Where can you set supported device orientations? You need the choices, Jessica.
Yeah.
All right, here we go. So we got sign-in capabilities, deployment information, playground settings, editor menu.
Deployment information?
Correct. Yep. So the deployment information has a lot of things. It has like the orientations. Remember, like upside down and up, things like that. Portrait
Okay, yeah.
landscape. Yep. This was covered, I think, in week 2. So you're gonna, week 2 is definitely covering that information.
Gotcha.
All right, Raymond. Let's see. We got. Ooh, what is the main purpose of app icons and launch images? So we have. Do you need the choices, Raymond?
Isn't it more a visual thing? Like,
Yes.
um,
But why do you need them?
choices, even though I think I may know the answer.
Okay, I'll give you choices. So, store app data, enable networking, provide visual identity during launch, and control orientation.
Provide visual
Identity?
identity during launch.
Yes, so if you don't have an icon, it will literally, I think, look like a white square. So imagine this for a second. Let's say that no apps had icons. Could you imagine how annoying that'd be visually because it wouldn't even, nothing would stand out? Like,
Yeah.
could you imagine that?
It would be crazy. But I also
You mean
think
if
Apple would definitely reject your app if
you mean if
we
each one
didn't
had
have
it?
them either.
Hmm?
Do you mean if each one would have text, just text?
No, so like if they didn't have any icons whatsoever, like for the app icon or the launch screen, mainly the app icon.
Yeah, but how would the icon be identified? Like it
That
wouldn't have any text or anything, or are you thinking if it was just a bunch of squares with text in them?
it would have text in the app, but look at the home screen. So if you don't know, every app on the home screen has an icon.
Exactly, yeah.
So if there is no icon by default, Apple has like this white square that just has nothing in it.
Can you put text in those white squares or no?
No, that's just the default icon.
Okay.
That's why
So
that's why it's
yeah,
the question is saying why are those
important.
important? Like you
Now,
have to
yeah,
provide them.
you do. Now, Raymond, you're correct. If you don't have an app icon, what it will do is will not even let you submit to test flight. It will say, hey, you need an app icon. Oh, trust me, I've seen this so many times. I'm like, Michael, right? So it will not let you even submit to test flight, let alone App Store review. So I'll talk about this for a second. What you may not know is that every app must go through App Store review. And App Store review is where Apple looks at your app for quality and safety and all these other things and make sure it's set and sound for the App Store. And it's a process that every single app developer has to go through no matter what. And every single app update you see must go through App Store review. Every single beta app that is external testers. So we'll talk about this. I'm going to talk about it right now. So in test flight, you have two groups of users. So remember test flight, you can send out beta builds. You've got internal users who you've actually added to your team. So hence, like, let's say I add you, Raymond, Margaret and others. And then I have somebody who is not on the developer team. Those are like external builds. So think about if you've ever downloaded a beta from like an app developer on like Mastodon or AppleVis, you would be an external tester, right? And so with the external testers, those builds that they have are actually going through App Store review before they even get to you. Why? Because they're external, they're not part of your organization. When you develop and you put into test flight a internal test flight, remember it's only for your team, it does not go through review before it hits your team. It just goes to your team. Now, remember when we did the archiving? That was actually the first step to test flight, right? So I go under test flight and I would select my build and then, whatever I'd fill out the documentation. That is, in a sense, how you release a build. Does that all make sense?
Yeah.
Yes. I actually didn't realize that like even when you submit an app through test flight, like for beta, for example, okay, I'll just use you guys as an example, the Perspective app that you guys are working on.
Yep.
I didn't realize that went through, even though it's not on the app. Well, I mean, like the version you're testing is not on the App Store yet. I didn't realize that still went through the same review process.
It goes through a different review process, right? So it doesn't check for like app screenshots and other things. But what it checks for is to make sure things are safe. Like the example, our iOS app got reviewed flying colors, but our Mac app got rejected, right? So we've got both iOS and Mac for Perspective AI.
Mhm.
And so when we submitted both of those, the Mac version got rejected because it was saying, remember one of our entitlements. Who can tell me what entitlements are? Do you remember?
No.
Is that I don't remember off the top of my head, no.
Okay. So entitlements are like permissions or like, almost like capabilities that the app needs. Right?
Oh, in the signing and capabilities area where you
Yep.
assign, yeah.
Yep. So in the case of our Perspective AI app, we were using a capability that Apple's like, hey, why are you using this? This is not related to your app. And so it rejected it. Right?
Can you appeal that?
Oh yeah, you just resubmit a build and you just
Oh,
fix
okay.
it. Or you can reply to them and you would say, hey, actually, I need this because of this reason. If you explain to them why you're needing something, they will help you, right? It's not like Google and Android where they will like totally like just be terrible to you. Okay.
Okay.
They will help you. Like, hey, actually, because they know, well, they don't know. But like I'm a very new app developer, right? Michael is very experienced and I'm technically under his account. But still, Apple sometimes even rejects Michael's apps for various reasons. Whether it wants more information or whether it wants I don't know whether a screenshot is bad. It can reject no matter what happens. Okay, so it's a very interesting process. We'll talk about more of that in the course when it comes along. But for
Yeah.
this, I want you to know just kind of the basics in case you need to know, right? Maybe you're helping out a local developer or something. You never
Makes
know.
sense.
All right, so let's see. I think Jessica's turn. Maybe. I think so. Yeah, I'm right. Here we go. What is a common cause of untrusted developer warnings on device? Do you need the choices, Jessica?
Yes.
All right. Wrong bundle ID, outdated Mac OS, build settings conflict, or certificate not trusted or missing.
Certificate not trusted or missing.
Correct. Yep. So you're going to need that certificate and you're going to need to make sure it's up to date. You're going to need to make sure it's trusted and you're going to need to make sure that you go into settings and trust it and do all those fun type of things. Because remember, when you click on an app, and if you're just resetting up your Xcode or whatever, it will say, hey, this app works, but you can't actually use it because you've not trusted the certificate that comes along with it.
Yeah, I
Right.
went through last weekend and actually broke it that way because
Oh
I
no,
was I like created a project and I mean all it is a button that causes some text to change, so it's not
that's
much,
okay. It's
but I
okay.
got it to actually run on my phone. It was great.
Oh,
Cool.
cool.
Yeah,
And
but I broke
yeah,
it the first time because I didn't have the certificate trusted.
well, guess what? Also, folks, feel free to post those wins in Classroom because we like to hear what you're doing. It will not clutter up the stream, we promise. Okay? So if you
Okay.
have these cool things, share them with us. We want to hear what you're doing. And if you have questions, even if it's like something that, you're like, we haven't done this yet, share it with us. We'll help you if it's actually like something you're trying to do or you're trying to do something. We're not afraid to help. Just share what you've done in the classroom and we will respond with like congratulations or we'll help you. You don't have to be afraid to share things, right? It won't clutter up the stream. People will get emails, but it won't clutter up our stream for other people, right? Like Melissa shared something, right? So everybody can share stuff. You can announce on that stream. It's just not teachers only.
Gotcha.
But awesome, Jessica. That's really cool. You're able to get it on your phone.
Yeah, it was cool.
Woo! So I take it you have a Mac, right? You're not just using Playgrounds.
Yeah, no, I have a Mac.
All right, Raymond's turn. Let's see, here we go. Ooh, how do you download iOS version? So like, components. Like if you're trying to test with an older iOS. Do you know, Raymond? Do you need choices?
I believe it's in the destinations. Memory serves me
Mm,
correct.
no. So let me read the choices so you can Xcode settings, greater components, App Store, terminal, iTunes preferences.
It's the components area.
Yes.
Yeah, I realized after when you
That's
mentioned it, I
okay.
was like, that's right.
That's okay. It's okay. Yeah, but hopefully this is all making sense to y'all.
You have to have the component if you're installing on your phone, doesn't the component have to match up for the iOS version that you're trying to put on your phone, for example? Or are those two separate things?
Right. So if you've got like iOS 18 on your phone, it will complain. It will like, hey, this only supports iOS 26. Like if you have the latest version of Xcode, you're gonna need to download the iOS 18 component. So
Got
yeah,
you.
yeah, that can't happen. Remember when we talked about the other student who had an iPhone 8? Remember that
Yeah,
one?
that's right.
Vaguely
remember
that's the
that from,
example I
yeah.
come back to. Yeah, very important. You're gonna need to know this for the test, so I would remember this. Very much so. You're gonna need to know it. It's gonna be very important because you're gonna have times when, especially if you deal with Xcode betas, where it might, like, you may have the previous version on your phone, but you may be testing the new version of Xcode. So you're gonna have to deal with this. This is gonna be something that's gonna be pretty important later on in your Xcode development career. All right. So let me see our time. We got, let's see. It's 11:35 or 11:34. Okay. So yeah, we've got like almost 20 minutes 24 mode, whatever. And then we'll take a hour break. We'll chat. So even if you guys want to like, we'll chat about random things, and then we'll come back reviewing. I'll get a whole new set of stuff ready. I'm gonna figure out why my questions all have A as the answer. Not all of them, but I'm just saying, like, I'm gonna figure that out. I've been shuffling as we've been going, but I'm gonna get some new things going, and then I might upload the study guide that we're using. So if you want to complete this on your own time as well, you can do that. Again, it's not required because there's a lot of questions, but you can do it if you really want to. It's not going to be graded, so you won't get penalized. And that's the thing. You won't get penalized for not doing the quizzes. However, if you really want to get the most out of this course, sorry, you should do them. So, all right, I think we're starting over. I think Raymond, yeah. So
I
we're
am
gonna,
up.
yep, you're up, Margaret. All right, let's go.
All right.
Now, this is a question that may not apply to everyone, but I put it in here because if you're working with other developers or you're talking it online, you're going to want to know this. So it may not apply to everybody, but I want to put this in here as something to keep in mind. And this exact question will be on the test. So keep this in mind. The question is, which theme helps low vision developers in Xcode? Now, this was in week 2. And again, you're gonna want to know it because maybe you are not like low vision, right? But maybe you're talking to somebody. So do you want the choices, Margaret?
Yes. I always like the choices.
All right, good to know. Presentation large dark, solarized light, system default, classic gray.
Presentation large dark.
Correct. That's awesome. And again, I always like to ask because maybe you just know something right off the top of your head. So, all right. We have Jessica's turn. Let's go. Oh, this is a good one. What happens when you remove a reference in Xcode? So you've removed a file, you remove the reference. What happens? All right. File remains on disk, not in project. File deleted permanently. Project fails to build. Reference hidden temporarily. What happened, Jessica?
Can you repeat that first one again?
Yeah, so file remains on disk, but not in project.
So I think it'd be project failed to build.
No, so well, okay,
No.
kind of. They depends. It could be that, but
Okay.
primarily what happened is that the file is still on the disk, but not in the project.
Oh, okay.
Because you remove the reference, right? It
Oh, but
could
not the
fail to
file.
build. Right. It could fail to build if there's like something that's only in that file, but that's defined somewhere else. That
Uh-huh.
could cause problems. So technically both of them could be correct. But if you look at the technicalities of the question, it's
Uh-huh.
actually the file still on disk.
Gotcha.
It's always on disk, like no matter what.
Yeah.
Unless you remove it from the disk.
Right.
Because remember, when you delete a file, and I'd actually recommend you try this. If you guys are in Xcode, if you want something to do, let's say you make a new file and you remove, I don't know, like the content view. And there's 2 options. You can either remove reference or delete file. If you remove reference, it's going to keep it on disk. If you delete file, it's going to remove the file from the disk completely. Okay, so pretty important. This will be on the test in some form, so you're going to want to know because this can cause problems if you're not aware of how this works. This is kind of the fine-grained control, I guess, of how Xcode projects work compared to Playground. All right, so now Raymond's turn. Which tab defines permissions, like camera or GPS access? Do you know, Raymond? Do you want choices?
Signing and capabilities.
No.
Wait,
So
Ask the
sorry.
question again. I may have jumped the gun on that.
That's okay. Which tab defines app permissions like camera or GPS? Now, this is not like adding them, but like what tab defines the permissions that says your app needs them?
Choices?
Yeah, I'll give you choices. General tab, info tab, reports tab, source control.
I would think it would be the general, maybe?
No, so it's info. So you add the capability in the sign-in capabilities, like you add microphone, whatever background audio. But remember when, for example, you open an app and it says, this app would like to access your location. This app would like to access your GPS data. This app would like to access your motion. This app would like to access your who knows what. This is actually a property list. We covered this a little bit, but this is called the info tab. So every app has to define what permissions they use, right? So for example, the AI app will use your microphone. It will use your other, like microphone's the biggest one, right? So when you hit voice mode, for example, in our Perspective AI app,
Mhm.
it will say this app would like to access your microphone, and then you allow it. So this is actually managed through the info P list, which is actually the info property list. And if you look at the raw file, it's actually XML.
Okay.
Good to know though. Because this
thank
will
you.
be, no problem. This will be on the test in some form. You're gonna need to know about this. This is actually pretty important in the life of a developer. Because if you do not define permissions, your app will actually really epically fail and crash. So you're gonna need to learn this. It's gonna be pretty important. All right, 20 minutes left, and then we'll take a break. So 31, and we're gonna go back to Margaret. Oh, this is, remember I talked about this? Oh, what?
Yes, I don't go ahead.
What is a provisioning profile? You want the choices probably, right, Margaret?
Yes, please. Yes, please.
All right. A Swift file template, a debugging profile, a theme setting, or a link between device, certificate, and app ID.
Professional profile. The last one?
Yes. A link between certificate, device, and app ID. That's correct. So the provisioning profile is kind of like your big, like, document, or your profile. It combines everything into one thing, right? It puts, that's how it puts it on your device. So if it's like no provisioning profile, right? It is missing one of those components, like the device ID, whatever, the certificate. It's kind of all wrapped into this one bundle, and you don't really have to manage this much anymore, but you used to. So remember how we talked about
Okay.
this in class?
Right. Yeah.
All right. Yeah. To what?
No, go ahead.
Okay. Jessica's turn. What is the default build system in newer Xcode version? So we talked about this a little bit. This may not be on the test, but it's a good thing to know. All right, Jessica, are you ready?
Yeah, can I have the choices?
Yeah, I'll give you those. Legacy make system, GCC pipeline, MS build, or new build system based on Ninja. So again, we talk about this very little. You're not going to need to know it, but it's kind of a fact. Do you know it, Jessica?
I'm not sure.
It's okay. Again, we didn't talk about this a whole lot, but I wanted to throw it in here. Just kind of a thing here.
Gotcha.
New build system based on Ninja. So it's like the build engine is called Ninja.
Okay.
And that's kind of, it's like it used to be like GCC make, whatever, the old system, the legacy. But now it's this new Ninja system. Again, it's not something you're going to need for the test. It's just something I want to kind of throw in here, something to, just know, right? Know for fact purposes.
Right.
Yeah. So we're gonna go to Riemann now. What identifies each app uniquely on the App Store? Do you know, Riemann? Do you want the choices?
It will be the app, the bundle identifier, and
Correct.
yeah.
Bundle identifier, that's what we were looking for. Really important. You're gonna need to know that. It's super, super important. It's gonna be on the test in some form or fashion. So the bundle identifier, it is a unique identifier for your app. So imagine this. You have an app called, I don't know, Perspective AI. And then let's say you have another app that's like Perspective AI Test, right? Technically, both of those can be in the App Store, but to differentiate them, you need to have the bundle identifier. So remember the bundle identifier, hint, hint, you're going to need to know this as well. It's in the reverse domain format. So if you have a domain like, I don't know, jessica.com, Raymond. Whatever, I don't know, I'm just making up stuff. you could have something like com.jessica or com.raymond. It's in the reverse format of the domain. So if we've got techopolisonline.com, it would be like com dot, whatever, Techopolis Online, right? Because, it wouldn't be like online.techopolis. That would be the old domain that we used to have, Techopolis Online, Techopolis Online, dot online. But because now it's actually, sorry, let me repeat that. So for the old Techopolis, it would be online.techopolis. And then, the new domain, it would be so remember techopolisonline.com, dot Techopolis Online, dot whatever, or, app name. So the bundle identifier is very important. It's going to be super, super important later on when you submit apps to the App Store. And if you have an app with the same bundle identifier, it will complain like nobody's business. It is not fun. So keep that in mind. Bundle identifier is super important. You're going to need to know it. So let me continue now.
A quick question.
And oh, go ahead.
With the bundle identifier thing, and like for example, do you have to have a website though? For example, for that. I mean,
no.
I have one, but it's just not necessarily. I was just curious though.
No, you can like make up something. Like I think Michael, before he had a website, I think he did like Michael. I think. Can't remember. Because he had his own like not website. But it has to be some kind of, or you could like, if you don't even have a website, you could just make up something like com.raymond, whatever. You don't have to have a website, but it's always good to, right? It just makes it better. Own your own domain. But it's not a
Yeah.
requirement.
Got you.
Because people may not have those, and that's okay. But it's always something good to have, just to have it. But you don't need to have it just to, have it, right? It could be helpful later on. But let's say you're working for somebody, right? So let's say, for example, you're working with Techopolis. And you know how on my Apple Teams it says Teresa Arndt? Remember how we talked about that in class a lot of times?
Yeah.
That was all fun. So, a fun fact, I started learning app development at like age 11 or 12. Obviously, I couldn't have my own developer account. I was way too young. So my mother had to help me, right? So it was on her name. When I turned 18, I tried to remove it, but I couldn't because it was so linked in Keychain. And so in that case, the bundle identifier would be matching the team. So I wouldn't, for example, have Team Techopolis and then bundle identifier be Arndt.Teresa, which is my mother's name, right? Teresa Arndt, Arndt.Teresa. It would be online or com.techopolis online, right? So it wouldn't be, of course you can have that, but that just makes it a little more messy, right? To have the bundle identifier be like something else other than your team. You can, but it could get messy. Like sometimes we have like iAccessibility because we have that website as well. But again, that can get messy because you're like, wait, where does this go? So it's always good to have your bundle identifiers match if you can. Again, it's not a huge requirement. Apple won't complain. The only reason Apple would complain is if your bundle identifiers were not correct or they were used by somebody else or I don't know, they were invalid format or they had some kind of weird things in them. But otherwise, bundle identifiers are pretty straightforward. You just have to remember that reverse syntax. Any questions on that before we continue starting over the rotation? And then we will. Yeah, it's like we got 10 minutes left, 12 minutes before we go to lunch. And all right, so I'm gonna do one more rotation, then we might get off a little early just to make sure we have enough time.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was gonna say something when you were talking about the com dot thing.
Yeah.
If I may.
Yeah.
Apple, they actually, if you wanted, you can do name, period, and then your either name or company name. That's another one that Apple recommends that you can start with if you don't have an actual domain.
You can, but you have to do last name. Like it always has to be that reverse format though.
Yeah. I was
So
just
yeah.
okay.
And sorry, Dane, I didn't know if you wanted to be on the rotations. I think you said you didn't want to, so that's why I didn't include you.
It's okay. I'm sorry. When I first came in, I was in a rush, so
Would you like to
I was
be
so
added when
scattered.
we get after lunch?
Sure.
Sorry,
And
I didn't want to
if,
displease you.
although, no, you're okay. And I'm sorry. I'm super ADHD, so I'm all over the place too.
I am too. You know that.
If I'm not available to answer a question at a time, like if you ask, how can I make that known? I guess I don't want to like you to call me, and then if I'm doing something else, then
Either way, like I don't know, you could be muted or some way, or you could rename yourself. Like I could, you could just say like, not available, right? And so when I get to you, I could look at the participant saying, okay, not available, or you don't have to do it. You could just answer the freely available questions. You have a
okay.
lot of options. What would you
Thank
like
you.
to do so that way I know?
Oh, I'll probably just do the free for alls because
That's okay.
my availability is always uncertain in this thing because I'm doing like 3 things at once.
That's okay.
Uh,
But I like to give people options. That way they can answer
Thank
questions.
you. Thank you very much for doing all this. Seriously, it's great.
Yeah, and like I said, take what I recommend everybody do. Once you're done with office hours or once you feel confident, take that test. That test is really important because we
Oh,
want to see how
yeah.
you're doing with Unit 1.
Thank you.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Is there, for this week, is there a quiz and the unit test?
That's correct. So
Okay,
here's what
so you
I'm
have
gonna
2
yeah,
things to do. The
you
quiz
do.
for the week, for the 3rd week, and then, or is it the
You
4th week, whatever it is,
third
and then
week,
the unit test.
you
3rd
sure
week and
have
then the
two
unit
things to do.
test.
You do.
Okay.
And the unit review is actually in a separate topic called the Unit 1 review.
Okay.
And Unit 1 review has the exam, right? And then it has, I'm going to be putting up a study guide with all the questions I asked today in class in the office hours. And so if people who can't attend the office hours, they can attend attempt all the questions themselves. Of course, I'm not going to put my entire 300 question test bank, but I'm going to, I mean, who knows? Maybe if I'm mean enough. I'm kidding. I would never do that. Uh, unless I want to test my new form builder quiz maker, but I'm not going to do that either. But I will put a subset of questions. I have 300 in case we've got like a whole bunch of people and like we go crazy. I don't think we will. In fact, I'm probably going to refresh my test bank when I'm done at lunch because I want to make sure that everything is shuffled, and I'm going to probably put it in a file because right now it's on ChatGPT's website. It's kind of a pain in the butt. Anyway, do we have any more questions? I'm not going to do any more
Is
rotations until lunchtime. Let's answer
is
some
it
questions.
is it each are all those things going to come out with an email so I don't miss anything on a link?
Everything has came out so far with an email. The emails for the test last night were sent at like 9 o'clock Central.
Yeah, no, I saw
The
that.
week 3 was sent at like, I don't know, 4, 5. And everything that I upload, including office hours, announcements, everything is added with an email. So Google Classroom
Okay,
does this
got it.
automatically.
All right. Thank you.
Welcome. Any more questions? Like I said, I want to make sure I'm not going to start the rotation now. I want to make sure we get any questions out of the way. If we don't, we'll take a lunch break 8 minutes early. I'm going to mute for probably about 10 minutes, and I'm going to just get some things done real quick, refresh my test bank, and I'm going to probably talk on Classroom, make sure people know about this. And then if after that, we'll kind of start our casual chat. We'll have fun. We'll talk about Swift, Xcode. We'll just kind of chat. But I'm gonna mute for probably 10 minutes. But I want to make sure before I have that, anybody, last questions before I start the lunch break.
Yeah,
Which which
you just brought up an additional question. When you
Go
said
ahead.
you're going to talk on Classroom, I don't know how you do that.
Oh, okay. I guess what I mean by that is I'm gonna like make announcements on Classroom saying, "Hey, office hours are still happening." I might put
Oh,
up
all
the
right,
study
okay.
guide. Yeah,
Okay, all right. I
sorry.
was trying to find audio that I didn't know where to find it. I was
No, there's no audio in Classroom. Nope. I guess I should have said that differently. But yeah, I'm gonna add things to Classroom. Once I'm done with today, I'll add the entire study guide. But what I might add is some extra resources. Paul is doing a live stream today. I didn't want to interfere with him, but I figured
Oh,
I
I
might as well do a
know,
review
yeah.
session. But again, I
could
want to
go
do
to
the review
that.
session. I don't know what time that is, but I want to do a review session today. That way, because it's Saturday, I have time available. Right, this is kind of my, and it's actually pretty advanced. So I didn't want to. I want to have other options in case people don't want to go to that.
Yeah, when you say Paul, are you referring to Paul, the one that put out the 100 days of?
Yes.
Yes, Paul
Yes.
Hudson.
Oh, okay. I didn't realize he had a live stream today.
Yeah, I don't
Yeah,
know
he
what.
does. I don't know when it was. But he's in England, so it's probably
It's
done.
probably like a 4 in the morning Central. But I will put a link in Classroom. So the bulletin board, the stream, follow that. And again, if you have the mobile app for Classroom, you can get notifications and of course emails.
I love the mobile app, just for the record.
It's great. Yeah.
Oh. Oh, all right.
Yeah,
Let me
download
double
the
check.
mobile.
Let me see. All right.
And I recommend downloading things that way because like you can actually download the Word document. Of course, you could do it on the web, but you could download it on mobile and then like send it to yourself, whatever. Like the mobile app is so seamless and you can get notifications. And then Michael, so what happens is I like import grades a few times a week, and then Michael turns them in that way he can see the progress. So that's what we do. Because we want to make sure that both of us can see the progress of the students. And I mean, I will say, like, you guys are doing really great. And especially, since you guys are coming to these office hours, I'm sure that you'll be able to get more, like, questions answered and things. And the final exam will, of course, be at the end of the course. And we'll be probably doing about 3 or 4 review sessions. So we'll probably be doing a lot of those, like Saturdays and things. And of course, they'll all be on my YouTube channel and will be posted to Classroom under the Unit 1 review section. So there'll be a material under there. And then, of course, the study guide. And I could upload my entire quiz bank. I might do that as just kind of a Word document. Like, here are all the questions that I have, and you can whatever do it, whatever you want. And another tip I have, so study tips, put all those outlines in ChatGPT or another AI, and you can actually do whatever you want. Also, we have an AI bot for the classroom. It's come to my attention that it is asking people what grade they're in, and apparently I can't change that. So here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna remove that AI bot and put another one in that is called, it's like a notebook LM where you can like chat with your sources and you can even get on a podcast with the 2 AI hosts and you can talk about this stuff all day long. Yes, that's a thing.
Yeah, I
And
think you
yeah.
mentioned that. So the notebook LM thing, that I didn't realize it had more to it other than like just being able to generate your initial podcast about a
Yeah,
topic.
and you can actually get on stage with the host and you can actually like they can quiz you, you can have fun talking about
What?
Swift. It's fun.
I'll have to
No, is
So
look
that
into
something you
that.
download? An
no,
app you download? Or
it's
is it just like a Chat GPT equivalent or
you
or a
can
Gemini?
you can download the Notebook LM, but you can open it through Classroom and then there's like a Notebook LM app. And then you
Okay.
can go to the audio tab, you can like have fun talking with the hosts. I want to add that, and you can also like generate quizzes and study guides for yourself. It's
Wow.
really fun. Yeah, so I recommend that. I'm gonna be putting up the Notebook LM later today, once we're done with office hours. But I think what we're gonna do is it's 11:58, almost 12. So I'm gonna mute, and then you guys can do whatever, and then I'll come back after like 10-15 minutes. We'll have a quick chat for the rest of the time, and then we'll start reviewing back at 1 Central. Yeah. So thank you guys for being here all morning. I've had so much fun. Hopefully you guys have too.
It's been good. Thank you.
Welcome. So I'm gonna go mute real quick and then I will be back and then we'll have a chat, we'll talk, and then we'll start reviewing again at 1 Central. So I'll be back and have fun, eat some good food, and I will talk to you guys in a little bit. All right, so I'm back for just, the chat. It took me a little longer because I'm trying to get everything sorted out for the afternoon, but I am back and I'm just getting the test bank sorted out. And I am just did a couple things, and so you guys can keep enjoying your lunch or whatever you're doing, but I am back and ready for action at 1 once I get everything sorted out. But I just wanted to let you guys know that I am back. So, once I get everything ready, and then we'll kind of have our review at 1. Of course, I will post again on Classroom that we're still having the office hours, so in case people want to come in the afternoon portion. This will kind of be our longest portion, of course, because it's, you know, 2 hours or more hours. But anyway, so what I'm gonna do is I just thought I would let you guys know that I am back. Um, all right, let's see. Let me go look at this real quick.
I have a question, but it's not related to Xcode. It's more a Zoom question for the Mac.
Go ahead. This
I
is the
don't know if
perfect time
anyone-
to answer that.
So, like with the participants list, it used to like show up as a list view. It seems different to me now. I don't know if it's just me.
It is different, yeah, because you have to do like I do Command U, and then it's like a table I interact.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
It's different. Totally. Okay, I'm checking my study bank here. Good. So I've got a whole new set of questions. I had a whole 350 question test bank. I went to open it and it got all corrupt. So what I did is I'm gonna go off of the questions that I will be putting into Classroom later. So it's like 100 questions, and that will be plenty for our current setup. And honestly, if we get through these, then we're gonna be prepared. And again, people could do it, of course, on their own time if they are, like not able to come in the class. So it's not gonna be graded, of course. It's just something you guys can optionally do. You don't have to. It's not going to be anything that's like required, but I want to put that up there in case you need extra practice because I know some people may. So I always want to make sure before you take the test. Again, the test is not going to nearly be as complex, but I'd rather get you prepared now. Of course, oh yeah, I've got a whole new sets of questions that will get people prepared for the test. Just making sure they're good, of course.
I realize that, the tests and quizzes might not necessarily be like required, but like for the sense of structure for me, it actually helps. Plus, for me, like it helps reinforce a lot of what we learned in class and stuff.
That's why we do them. And, I always try to get them out as soon as possible. So that way people have plenty of time. And of course, I know there's a lot more work this week because of the unit review, and I respect that. That's why I'm making sure, like, real. I mean, again, technically the tests aren't required either, but we want to make sure that, if you do them, it's better because we want to see how you're doing in the class. So it's not like we're gonna kick you out, but we want to make sure you're doing, well. Especially if you really want to get a lot out of this class, which is great. We want you to. So, oh yeah, I got some new questions here. And some of these are even on the week 3 quiz. So that's helpful as well. I'm just making sure everything is good to go. All right. Let's see. But yeah, let's see. Let me look at some things here. Oh yeah, the test bank is all set up. I'm gonna go ahead and make an announcement in Classroom real quick, just to tell people that we are going to be starting in 30 minutes again. And then, yeah, any other things you guys want to bring up? How are you finding the quizzes? Are they pretty straightforward? Do you have problems with them? Like, tell me what y'all's feedback is about everything, so we know. Just kind of a chat. We'll kind of get, in the last 30 minutes here. We'll get some things going here. So let me go ahead and announce this real quick.
So navigating the quizzes has been good, at least for me, because I've been using Chrome on the Mac.
Yeah.
Just because I'm trying to get a little bit, parallels and stuff. I trying to get away from paying for all that. Just rely on the Mac apps that I have. For budgeting and stuff reasons, but a question I have is, could I just get away with coding strictly on the Mac, like using Xcode versus?
Oh, of course.
Because I
of
know
course,
that
of
you,
course.
yeah, I know that.
Honestly,
Lost track of where I was gonna go with that, but yeah.
as can figure it out. So like a lot of times I either code in like Xcode itself or just VS Code on the Mac if I want to, like with AI. Yeah, I don't need Windows. Well, I guess I need Windows for stuff I do otherwise, other parts of work, right? But you
Right.
may not need Windows if you just want to do app development.
Okay.
It just all depends on what you're dealing with. At the
I
time, I needed Windows because I was developing with like VS Code on Mac wasn't as accessible. That's why I needed Windows, but I don't need it now for that anyway.
gotcha.
I know
See,
parallels can be expensive.
yeah, no, I love it, but just budgeting wise, I was like,
Are
we'll
you a
just see what
student?
No, no.
I'm like, yeah, there's ways to get it and of course there's like Black Friday sales and things, so
I didn't think of that. I'll keep an eye out for that though.
they got sales all the time.
I was just getting it from the App Store.
Oh, see, they charge a markup, I think, for that. How much are you paying for that?
I think it's like 99 a year, which isn't terrible, but for right
Yeah,
now.
Are you like, do you work?
No. So I'm still looking for work at this point.
Yeah, I mean, you could check like on Parallel's website. Because App Store they won't have sales, but they could have sales on the Parallel's website.
Awesome. Thank you. I didn't realize that.
And oftentimes app developers will charge extra because in the App Store, the Apple could either take, if you're in the small business program, 15 to 30% of the sale. So they might mark things up to
Yeah.
account for that.
That's why
That's
a
an
lot of,
often that's a practice that they do.
yeah, like YouTube, for example, they'll charge you more
Yep,
through the iOS app versus
they will.
on the website.
Begin. Yeah, some of these other, let's see. Okay, there we go. Oops, I made a mistake. Let me fix that real quick. I spelled office hours. Let me fix it real quick. There we go. There we go. I typed too fast. There we go. All right, if you got any chats, I'm looking again. Yeah, Dane, it's quiet because we were on break. We were on break, and we're still kind of on break. We're just kind of in the last part of break where we're just talking, and yeah, we're just talking and and then we'll start afternoon review at 1, and we'll go till probably like, well, whatever. I don't know. I haven't decided. So we'll see how many other people show up, because oftentimes people in the afternoon might be more free, but we'll see. I know it's a Saturday as well, but um. Hello, who's unmuted? Okay, let's see. All right. So yeah, we're just kind of in the later part of the break. I've got a whole bunch of new questions for everybody. And then of course, once I am done with the review today, I'm gonna put these questions on the platform just because that way if people want to like do them, not required, but it always can help reinforce if you need more practice before you take the actual test. Because I want to make sure that people are ready. And then you can take the test and then, whatever else you need to do. But again, of course, these are all not required, so you don't have to. Because it's kind of long, right? It's a lot of questions. But I'm doing it so that you guys are well prepared. And who knows? It could help later on. So, yeah, that's what we're going to do. Okay. So, yeah, there's a lot of keyboard shortcuts. And honestly, like I'll test on keyboard shortcuts, but mainly I want you to know about them. There are going to be some questions that are going to cover keyboard shortcuts, but it's going to be the most common ones. That way you guys can be efficient. Okay, because you're going to be developing, right? We want to make sure you're efficient. And so I will be covering some of those. It won't be a huge portion, but it might be 3 or 4 questions. So just keep that in mind. And then of course next week we'll have assignments and quizzes. So next week it'll be different. All right, I just had to deal with something real quick. We are back in action, and I'm gonna make sure that I get everything sorted out. I'm gonna be putting up a resource on Classroom real quick. And this is just like a glossary of terms. So that's what I'm doing. And that will be going up soon. So again, this is like not a quiz or anything, it's just a glossary of terms. This was a feedback from a student, so I'm gonna be adding that. You will be tested on terms, so that's why I've been like you're gonna need to know. There's about 4 or 5 questions on terms. So that's something to keep in mind. Okay, so you're gonna need to know that. Easy to find. Okay, so be putting this up real quick, and then we will do afternoon review in a little bit. Really excited about this. It is, let's see. All right, so I'm gonna put this up real quick, and then we will begin shortly. Oops. All right, so I'm gonna put this up a minute. So you might want to grab this for today for the afternoon review. May be helpful. Potentially. Material. All right, so we will. You'll want to download this and put it in the this is Unit 1 glossary. Upload. Unit 1 review. So the glossary has been uploaded. All right, so okay. So we will, let's see. I'm looking at my time. Okay. Let's see. So it is 12:51. So we will begin in 8 minutes. 9, whatever. So yeah, something like that. So that's what we will do. All right. Okay. Okay, so we've got 5 minutes left, and then we'll be off of break, and then we will start afternoon review. Okay, let's see. All right, here we go. Let's see. Okay, 3 minutes. Okay, we're gonna continue very shortly. 1 minute warning. All right, it is 1 o'clock. Let the afternoon session commence. Are you all ready in Zoom, Raymond and Margaret? You guys ready? We will get started with a new rotation
Yes,
pattern.
I
Awesome.
should be ready.
All right. Did you guys have a good lunch break?
Italian sausage and scrambled eggs.
Okay. Wonderful. Raymond, what did you do?
And I got a nice big cup of coffee.
You know,
Yeah.
that can definitely help with review sessions, can it?
I actually didn't get lunch.
Oh
Actually,
no.
Why not?
that's just not hungry right now, so I figure I'll grab something later.
That's okay. We'll have breaks throughout the afternoon because it's going to be pretty long, but we'll have breaks because I know like I wasn't hungry either, but I'll probably be hungry in 2 or 3 hours.
Yeah.
So, are we ready? Let's go ahead and kick off the first question. And again, I posted a glossary in Google Classroom. Did you guys get the email for that?
I got a ton of emails. Haven't
I'm sorry.
checked yet. I'm working on it.
No, it's okay. So
I'm
this
not
has
as good
all
as
of,
multitasking. I do one thing and then do it well and then go on to the next.
yeah. So this has all of the terms and definitions that are in the unit.
Oh,
So it has things like bundle identifier, provisioning profile, Swift UI, Swift, review canvas. Like it has all of the like different things that you'll need to know. So I highly recommend looking over that before you take your test. But I'm going to go ahead and get started with the first question. We're going to start off with Margaret and we're going to continue. Let's head out. Okay. Which area is toggled with the keyboard shortcut Command Shift C? All right.
which keyboard has Command Shift key?
Which area toggles with Command Shift C?
Can I have choices?
Oh yeah, I was gonna give it to you for make sure you answer the
Thanks.
question.
Got it.
Canvas, debug area, inspector, navigator sidebar.
Oh, jeez.
Hmm.
Just see. I don't. To be honest, I don't know.
Okay, that's okay. So it's actually the debug area. So when you do the Command Shift C, what it does is it actually brings up the console. So if you're like trying to make an app and there's issues and like it's, meaning that like it crashed, the debug console or the debug area is great to see what the crash was. And it usually is outputted in the console. And then there's also like a debug console in that area. So it brings up the debug area of Xcode.
Well, in that debug area, there's an edit field, an edit area where stuff gets written, and then there's another field to the left of that, and I can't remember what that gets put in there. So I'm not sure
Uh,
the differences.
There's do you seem talking about like the comps because the editor is different from the debug area.
No, I know in the debug area, because
Um, yeah, so the debug area has 2 different consoles actually.
okay,
So there's the debug console, which has like all of the errors, like and warnings for the like if there's crashes. And then of course there's a regular console which has everything. So even if there's like things that are happening, like I'd say you're trying to debug something with print statements, it'll be there in the regular console, and then the debug console just has things like crashes. So there's two, and they seem like edit fields, but they're actually read-only consoles.
No,
And then,
but it says
and
edit area when you get in there. You can't type in it, but it still says edit. I
it
know it
does,
says
but
edit area. Okay.
you can't type in it. It's read-only. They just mislabeled it.
Oh, all right.
So that's something to keep in mind. You're not going to really need to know this for the test per se, but you're going to need to know this when you actually start making apps because consoles and debugging is something that's going to be really important later on. So that's why I kind of threw it in here.
Because you can clear the console.
You can, yes, but you can't type into it.
Right.
That's not allowed. Okay. Any questions? Are you good on that one?
Yep.
I know
I'm
it's kind
good.
of
Thank you.
difficult, but all right. Raymond, are you ready?
Yes, I am.
Here we go. Question 2 of the new stuff here. Which option should remain checked when creating a new project to put it in version control? So we got, do you know what it is or do you want the choices, Raymond?
Yeah.
All right, create Git repository, create SVN repository, disable source control, create Mercurial repository. What
I
is
think
it?
source control.
Okay.
I think you want to keep that checked.
So that's okay. So specifically source control, yes, but the one that you said would disable source control. So no, if you disable source control, that won't work. So it's actually the create Git repository because Git is a
Oh
form
yeah,
of
that's
source control.
right. That's right.
It's okay. Again, you're not gonna need to, well, you're gonna need to know some about this, so I'd keep this answer in mind. Because you're gonna need to know this later on. So
Right.
keep that in mind. Does that make
Okay.
sense?
Yeah.
All right. We have,
Can you repeat that question though?
yeah. Which option should remain checked when creating a new project for version control?
Okay. Thank you.
Welcome. All right. Are you ready? Let's see. Are you ready, Margaret, for your question?
You did.
Oh, wait. I think I have to go Raymond now. Hold on. Yeah. Actually, you know what? We're gonna do a free-for-all question. I'm gonna throw this in here. Can anybody tell me why source control is important? So this is a
It
free
helps you
question.
like keep track of your like your builds. So like say, when if you need to do any debugging or if you're putting different versions out, you'll know which one to go back to if you need to revert to a different build or something
Yeah.
like that.
Basically, it's a way to store your code and you can like commit, so if you make a mistake, you can like revert. Yeah, you basically got that. Okay. So I think, let's see, hold on 1 minute. I have to check because I think somebody is trying to get into the Zoom. Hold on 1 minute. Let me check it out real quick. Nope, I'm wrong. It was just somebody submitting test flight feedback for our app. Okay, cool. Somebody reported a crash. Anyway, all right. So I think we're going to continue. And I think, let's see. We will start and let me look at the next question real quick. Okay. I think you need to go. Is that right, Raymond?
No, I think it would be, I don't know if she's still here, but Jess was after me, I think.
I think she's gone. That's why I was like, let me
Oh,
check.
she's gone. Okay.
She's been gone for a while. That's why I was like, yeah. So normally she would go, but she is gone. So we have,
So it's just Raymond and myself.
yes, for now. Remember, we get people coming in and
Right.
out.
All right, Raymond, let's do
okay.
it.
Let's do it, y'all.
All right.
Sorry.
So I'm up. That's all
Yeah,
right.
you're up.
All right.
Hey, it gets you guys more practice. You guys are gonna be like ace in this
I'm good
test.
with
It's
it.
gonna be
Yeah.
you're fine. Let's go. All right, and we'll like take breaks and things that way you guys don't get worn out. But we'll make it work. All right, so here we go. What generates from your organization identifier plus your product name automatically? All right, so I think it's you, Margaret, right?
That's me or
I-
someone else.
No, it's probably me.
It's
I
you.
think it's you.
Give me the choices.
Yeah, I'll give you a choice. I was making sure who.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's because somebody left, so I was trying to figure it all out. Okay, so we had App Store SKU, Team ID, Build System, Bundle Identifier.
Bundle identifier.
That's correct. So Bundle Identifier basically has both the product name and the organization ID, and that's how you get the Bundle Identifier. The organization ID, remember, is like the online.techopolis or com.
Right.
Yeah, Techopolis Online. So important to know. Okay. So next question, Raymond, let's go. What command produces a distributable archive? So do you want the choices?
It's the keyboard shortcut.
Well,
I don't
kind
know
of,
the
but you
shortcut.
just have
That's
to
why I
like
was
tell me
asking.
how you would do it. It can be misleading, but it's not the shortcut. Just tell
Okay.
me how you would do it.
Yeah, choices.
All right. File, save as, product, clean build folder, product, greater archive, editor, greater export.
The product create archive.
That's correct. That's correct. Yeah, it can be misleading, but it's like I'm not gonna like make you memorize that shortcut because it's like really long. But it's like, what, in a sense, shortcut, like what menu, what things like
Yeah,
that.
that
So,
makes sense.
all right. Any questions about that before we continue the review? We're covering a lot of ground, y'all. Here we go. Let's next round. All right, Margaret, which command built the project without running it? So this is a key thing. Remember, we talked about this in class.
Command B.
Yes, you're correct. Man, we're starting to memorize all this stuff, aren't we? All this repeated practice starting
Yep.
to come into effect. All right, correct. Why read that question? Okay, we're gonna skip that question again because we just had it. Okay. I guess I had duplicates. All right. Raymond, which area is primarily used to edit code? Do you know, or do you want the choices? Oh, hold on. Let's pause for just a second.
Hi, Jeff.
Hmm?
Jeff Bishop joined us saying hi.
Oh, hello,
them.
Jeff.
Was it that question for me, by the way? I think it might have been, but I missed it if it was.
Yes, it was for you.
Can you repeat
Do you
the
want me to
question?
repeat
Yes, please.
And Raymond, by the way, you're a little quiet, so that's why sometimes I have to ask. You're a little quiet. All right. So the question is, which area is primarily used to edit code? So, do you want the choices?
That would be the source code. I thought it was a source code text box. Options again, if you may.
Yeah, I will. Issues navigator, editor in the center, canvas, organizer.
The editor.
You're correct. Welcome, Jeff. Hold on with me. We'll make sure in case anybody has questions before we continue. We're doing these reviews, or hold on a second. We are. Oops, I cannot seem to get to my participants list. We are doing. Oh, okay, he left. Okay, so we're doing review. So I always try to make sure we acknowledge people as they come in. So, all right. So, all right. I think your turn, Margaret.
All right.
What is the shortcut? So we had this one earlier, but I want to make sure that you remember because this is a test question. So, what is the shortcut to open the devices and simulators? Do you remember from earlier?
Is that the Command Shift B?
Yeah, I'll read the choices.
Okay.
Shift Command B, Command 5, Command 2, Shift Command 2.
No, you'll have to tell me.
Okay, it's Command Shift 2 or Shift Command 2. So that opens up the devices and simulators window where you can manage the simulators and devices. Very important question answer. Again, that's on the test, so you're gonna need to know this for a while.
Devices and
Simulators.
simulators.
Yes, simulators.
Got it. Got it written
All
down.
right. No problem. All right, Raymond, your turn.
Okay.
Oh, this is a good one. What distinguishes the iOS simulators runtime? Runtime support. So they update via App Store. You cannot add runtimes. You can install additional runtimes through Xcode settings components. They're fixed at install.
Wh-
You will not need to know this on the test, but I wanted to add it in case you ever needed to do this.
what distinguishes them? How you would add them in the settings and components, right?
You're right. Yeah, you're right. So basically, if you need to add a different version of iOS, that's what the runtimes
Oh,
are.
yeah, okay. Yeah,
But I
that's where
put
you
it
would
like
add.
that because Apple refers to them, so I want to make sure you know their terminology.
That
Can you
makes
repeat the
sense.
whole question?
Yeah, I can do that. So the question is, what distinguishes the iOS simulator runtime support? Meaning, like, in the Mac, like, you can't always do this, right? So the iOS, you can download different versions in the components. Again, you're not going to need it for the test, but it's just something to know. All right. Are we good to
Can
move
we-
on to the next round?
No, can we have can I have the answers on that one
Oh, I'm
again?
sorry.
I missed it.
No problem. They update via App Store. You cannot add runtimes. You can install runtimes through Xcode settings and components. They are fixed at install.
I don't know that I know the answer to that one.
It was that you can add them through settings and components.
Okay.
I know this is a lot of stuff, but I don't want to just prepare you to take the test. I want you to be able to actually apply the knowledge.
Right. Yeah.
And these are things that can happen in real time in some instances.
Okay,
Okay.
I'm up.
All right. So yeah, that was Raymond's question. But I'm glad you make sure you know it because it could come up somewhere here, maybe on the final or whatever. So all right, I think let's see. Yeah. So next one. This is obviously easy. What extra accessories he's recommended for using an iPad with Swift Playground? External GPU, USB mouse, Thunderbolt dock, and Bluetooth keyboard. I just threw this in there, just as a, what would be nice to have.
Bluetooth keyboard.
Yeah, it's just again, that won't be on the test, but just something to know, right? If you're helping somebody who is using an iPad, something to know. Bluetooth keyboard. Always good to have for this thing. All right, Raymond. Which run destination is appropriate to test on your real phone? Do you want the choices?
You would choose your iPhone from the list.
Yeah. So basically, I'm just
iPhone.
gonna, yeah, I'll read the choices if people are, wondering. You can do any iPad simulator, Playgrounds device, generic iOS device, no phone, your connected iPhone. So yeah, your
Your
connected
connected
iPhone.
iPhone.
Connected iPhone.
Yep, that's correct. Okay. All right. We've got another one. So, all right. Margaret, let's see. iPhone. What is the appropriate way to add entitlements, such as push notifications and iCloud? Do you know, or do you want me to go to the choices?
No, I need the choices.
That's okay. Create a new target. Add a text key and info. Add capabilities and signing capabilities. Edit reports navigator.
Create a new target.
Nope. So a target would be like like if you're creating something else. Like we've not even covered creating new targets yet. So we can instantly eliminate that one. In the info P list, again, we're not talking about that yet, so we can get rid of that. It's actually adding capabilities and signing in capabilities. So you can add the iCloud capability in there. Remember that dialogue that was kind of unlabeled
Uh,
in week 3?
We talked about it last Thursday, I think it
yeah.
was.
Yeah. That's something you're gonna need to know for the test.
Okay.
So I'd keep it handy.
And can you repeat that question again? Entitlement. You're adding entitlements and what?
It is what's the appropriate way to add entitlements such as push notifications?
Basically,
Why
like
do they
what?
call that entitlements? Maybe that's where I get confused.
So they call it entitlements. That's a good question. So basically, it's saying, in a sense, like what permissions is your app, like, I guess like entitled to have or like needing to have. So they call it entitlements because it's like, well, what permissions is your app entitled to have? Like it needs iCloud, it needs push notifications, and the info P list, right? We haven't talked about this much yet, but that's how you define the permissions and things. And
Guys,
like
because
if,
it's called a property list.
yep, it is. So very
Okay.
important things to know.
Got it. Thank you.
Welcome. But again, Michael will probably cover more of the info Pila stuff later. That's why I'm not. And none of these questions are things that we've not covered yet in some way. So keep that in mind. I'm not just going to trick you. Okay. Let's see. All right. So Raymond, which navigator is appropriate to export build logs?
That's in the reports.
Correct. Important to
Navigator.
know. Yep. Very important. It's going to be on the test. So, gonna want that. This is also kind of it's on the week 3 class, or one of the quizzes. Which device setup is not supported in this class? So we have iPhone, excuse me, and this goes to you, Margaret, iPhone alone, iPad with Swift Playgrounds, Mac with Xcode, M series Mac. What's not supported? We've talked about this a lot.
Supported. Oh, iPhone alone?
Yeah, you can't run Swift Playgrounds on the iPhone.
Right. You can't run. Yeah.
So that's not supported.
Do you think they ever will allow that?
That's a good question. So potentially, I am not obviously reading the Apple God's mind. However,
Yeah, of
there's a
course.
few technical problems that could happen. I mean, of course, a lot of the iPhones do have like a lot of memory, but of course, they may not have like the multitasking or the available screen size for the like Playgrounds is a big app. It has a lot of things, and it may not have the proper like windowing support or other things that iPads have.
That makes sense.
So I don't think so. However, I could be wrong. All right. Let's see. All right. Let's see, Margaret, what is the appropriate place to configure settings? Status bar style and in supported orientations. My bad, I had like a weird thing there. We have build phases, greater copy files, signing capabilities, greater entitlements, info, greater URL types, general, and then greater deployment info. What is the answer?
General deployment info.
Correct. That's where you can set the the orientations and things. Okay, let's continue. If a file, so Raymond, if a file is deleted in Finder but is listed in Xcode, how will it appear? So we have as a red reference in the project
It-
navigator. Oh,
it's
what?
it's a red reference in the navigator.
Ha!
Because I
Yes,
remember Michael mentioning that on Thursday.
you're correct. This will be on the test. You got to know it.
How does that appear in voice, or will it say red reference?
Honestly, that's a good question. I think it will say like missing. But that's a good question. Honestly, I'm not fully sure. I'd have to like delete something. Hey, maybe that's something we should do. Who knows? We get time later, we might try that out. But yeah, honestly, I can't remember. I think it will say like missing or something to that effect, but who knows? It might not even be accessible. That's a good question. But yeah, this will be on the test, so you're gonna need to know. And that's why I keep going over it a lot of times. All right, so let's next thing. Margaret, where do you set the app's display name, bundle identifier, and version? Where do you set that? Do you want the choices?
Yes, please.
All right, we got identity, info, reports navigator, signing capabilities.
Wait a minute, I missed. Can you go through that again? Because I missed something. I only had 3 answers, so something got glitched on my. Can you go through the question and answer again? I'm sorry.
That's okay. Where do you set the display name, version, and bundle identifier? You got that?
Yep. Okay.
And then we have choices, general tab, identity section, or yeah, basically like, so identity is a tab, but it's kind of like a sub tab under general. And then info, reports navigator, signing capabilities.
General identity.
Yep, correct. Think about identity. So people ask me, think about identity as the app's identity, right? So it has all the things that the app needs to be able to identify itself. That's really important and will be on the test in some form. Okay. All right, next one, Raymond, let's go. What should you do immediately after connecting an iPhone for testing? Do you know?
You have to make sure you've trusted your device with your computer, but then also that you've like registered your phone basically
Yeah,
with Xcode and
basically
such.
unlock phone and accept trust and registration prompts. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. Very simple, straightforward. Probably going to be on some kind of test, who knows. So, gonna probably need to know this. I try to keep a lot of this very practical, right? This is a very practical course. Any questions on these questions? Does it make sense?
Quick question, actually.
Yeah, go ahead.
So, like, if you have access through test flight, is it easier to send your app through that versus like connecting your phone, or does that even
You
make
can't
sense?
do it that way, can you?
Okay, for one, let's break this down. That's a good question. For one, if you do use test flight, you're gonna need a paid developer
Oh yeah,
account.
that's right. That's right. But like,
Yeah. But if you had that,
but if you did have the paid developer thing, would that be an easier method for testing, or is it just easier to just connect your phone? Seems like
kind
it'd
of,
be
but
easier to connect your phone.
it would be. But test flight would be like if you're sending it to your team,
Okay.
right? Or you're sending it to other users. But yes, it'd be easier to connect your phone, especially during development. That way you can catch errors early and not just in test flight. You have a lot more control when you're catching errors on Xcode when you're connecting your phone because it can actually like send crash data to Xcode and then you can be able to get it and do whatever you want with it. Whereas in test flight, you have to like send a crash report. Like that could just be annoying. So when you're developing, you have a lot more control over how do you get like bug reports if there's crashes and things.
That makes sense.
Can I ask
Right.
a separate question?
Go ahead.
When you're developing an app, say for example, I know you said you have like different clients that you're doing an app for,
Yeah.
and they come to you, or even a friend comes to you and says, "Okay, I want an app that does X, Y, and Z." Does that app have to come through App Store and be
That's
available
good.
to the public?
That's a good question. So most likely, yes. There's a few conditions that's not true. One, you could literally just have the app in test flight. I don't recommend it. Why? Because you would have to have it renewed every 3 months so the build wouldn't expire. There's
Got it.
also
It
another
goes 90
option.
days.
Yep, 3 months, 90 days. It's called ad hoc distribution. I've never used this, but what it can do is it can install the app on your phone. If you've ever installed like a profile, do you guys know what those are, right? Where you like have to restart and it installs this
Yeah,
profile.
I do.
You can do it through that way, although I've never done it, and I think there could be some other restrictions because of the fact like it could be for enterprise. But most of the time, you're going to want to put it in the App Store for seamless updates and ease of use.
But how does a client make sure that their product isn't available to other people?
Like, what do you mean with their like? What do you mean?
Say they want you make an app for them to do for the business that they're in,
Oh,
right?
if it's internal, yeah, you do ad hoc.
Okay.
But again, that can be like enterprise. Yeah, you do ad hoc. Like for example, Techopolis, we're gonna have an app just for contractors and employees, so we're probably gonna do ad hoc for that. That way, nobody else can access it.
Which means it does or doesn't go through the App Store.
No, it does not. All it does is it installs a profile on your phone.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
So, one more question, because it's probably outside the scope of what we're gonna go through in the class, but like some people, they create apps for the Mac that are notarized, where
Yes.
but it's outside the
Okay, we can cover those.
App Store. How does that work?
Good
Versus
question.
for example, using TestFly or whatnot, if that makes sense what I'm asking.
Yes, it does. So, for
Okay.
example, what you can do is there are utilities that Apple has. Well, first of all, let me break this down simply. Step number one, In order to do this, you're going to have a paid developer account. Why? Because you're going to have to notarize it. How do you notarize it? You have a paid developer account. Okay, so that's step one. Step two is there's commands that you can export it to what's called a DMG, right? You guys know what these are, right? You know?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. And then through that process, you can actually notarize it through your certificate. And it will not go in the App Store. It will just be something that you could like download from the web or something.
Or bring into a customer site.
You would, yeah, you could have a link on it, like a link on the site to do that.
Yeah, because I've seen that. And I was like, okay, I thought maybe it was like another way someone could. I didn't realize you still needed to have a paid developer account.
You
But that
do.
does make sense.
You do, because Apple has to verify the developer's authenticity. So think
Naturally.
about this. If you don't have a paid developer account or you don't notarize it right, you know how if you've ever downloaded an app that's like not correctly notarized, it makes you go through permission purgatory?
Yes.
That's what would happen.
Gotcha.
It would be quite fun. Not.
It's actually a pain.
Yeah, it is. That's
Never
why I
done
say
it. Never done it.
I don't recommend it if you don't have to. No, this can be outside the scope, but again, this is office hours, right? If you got, if you want to know how to do something, we can tell you, right? Um, it can be a little interesting, but it can be done. And especially you guys are really asking a lot of great questions, and I'm really liking this. Okay. So let's see. I think let me think here. I think, hold on.
Probably mine. It's
I think
probably
it's your
mine.
turn. Yeah.
Yep.
I was like, you guys are awesome though. All right. Here we go. What is so now we're getting into troubleshooting. So these are like scenarios. These will not particularly be on the test this time, but I may throw some of these on like a final or kind of like a mid, whatever, right? Because Michael would only let me have 30 questions. I wanted to have a few more just to make, but whatever. I don't want to have too many, but I want you guys, so these are troubleshooting. So keep that in mind. So this one is, what is an appropriate first step if the app or it's the app signs but it will not launch? So like the code signs and the app won't launch. And I will give choices. Let's see. We have, do you know you don't want choices, right? I want to make sure you're done typing.
Yeah, no, go ahead.
Disable Wi-Fi. Delete Xcode. Verify developer mode and trust the app. Switch to release scheme only.
To verify developer mode and trust app.
Correct. Correct. Pretty important. All right. Raymond, your turn.
All right.
Which area shows file properties and hold on and attributes for the selected item? Do you know? I'll give you the choices if you want them.
Yeah.
All right, we got inspector, navigator, debug area, editor.
So being the inspector.
That's correct. That's correct. Inspector is pretty important. Not as important in Swift UI as other platforms, but I still want you to know about the inspectors.
Apple loves their inspectors.
Yes, they do.
Final Cut uses it. Logic uses it.
Yes. Pages.
Not very familiar with Pages, even though I should be.
All right. Starting again. Let's see. So Margaret, which navigator summarizes errors and warnings? Again, we had this earlier, but I'm covering it again.
Uh, let's see. I should know right off the top of my head.
You should.
Yes. It's not reports. It's the other one. It's
Is it though?
command. Nope, not that one. Command 5.
Well,
Issues navigator.
Are you sure?
Issues navigator. All right, Mehmet, give me the question again. Maybe
Okay, hold on. Which navigator summarizes errors and warnings?
Oh, report.
Correct.
Yeah.
I was like, are you sure?
Before we move on to another question really quick, because I was looking at my activities. I tried to set one up in the voiceover area for Xcode encoding. How do I edit that?
So you can go to voiceover utility and the activities, and there should be like an edit button next to it.
Does Xcode have to be open to do that?
Yes, make sure it is.
Okay, that makes sense.
Just so that you can, I mean, it doesn't have to be, but I always recommend having it open so in case you have to like reassign the app or anything.
Well, it's not letting me even try and edit it, so I'm thinking it needs to be open.
Weird. That's strange. Yeah, you just have Xcode open, see what happens.
Okay.
It can misbehave a little bit.
Okay.
Oh, I know what happened. Now I understand.
Hmm.
When I created my activity, I accidentally had all those other programs open.
Oh
I had my mail program open and didn't even realize in the background. All right, never mind.
no. Okay, see, that's a common trap.
Oh, shoot.
But then you also
It's
have to set it up for when to configure it to work just with Xcode.
Yep.
There's an
Yeah.
option to configure
There
it
is.
to work with just Xcode. I'm ready for my question when you are ready.
I'm
just
ready
to let
for
you
one
know.
too. Again, we had this earlier, but it's pretty important. What does the canvas in Swift UI provide?
It previews your code as you're putting it in.
Yeah, live preview, yeah.
Can we use that?
Well, to some degree, yeah.
You can. I can answer that.
Go ahead.
What you can do is say you put down a button in an edit box. You can go in there and see that the button and edit box are there. But what happens is if you have like 3 buttons in a row, you may not be able to tell which button is which and which. So you can to some degree tell that they're there. But say if you wanted to put a button in an edit box in there and you went over to the canvas and you only saw a button, it would tell you that your edit box didn't make it. You screwed it up. You didn't get it right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now, there's probably more they'll do because I think it's changed a little bit over time too. So that's why I thought there was a place you could put it. And it also tells you whether you're putting stuff in the right place. You put it in the right place.
Gotcha.
All right. Any questions on that? We good to move on to the next question?
Yep.
Okay. So I think we're going back around, huh? I know this is like rapid fire. I know.
That's all right.
Hey, you guys get a lot of practice.
That's right.
All right. So here we go. What does the organizer allow you to do other than archive? Okay. So change team accounts, modify Swift version, distribute the archive to TestFlight or App Store, edit source code.
To be honest, I don't know.
It's okay. So I said other than archive. So what that means is you can distribute the app to test flight in the App Store. So let me walk through the changes or the choices, and let's break this one down. So remember the organizer is like where you can see a bunch of different like panes, like feedback and crashes and things in
To be
archive.
honest, I don't remember organizer at all.
Okay, that was covered on Thursday.
Okay, that's probably why I haven't studied it yet.
Okay, well that's okay. So I would recommend once you
Is that a tab?
yeah.
Was that one of the tabs?
No, it was the command shift whatever that was, like in the window menu you can go to organizer.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
It's okay if you didn't study it. Yeah, I mean,
No, I
it's
just
okay.
haven't studied it yet. Yeah.
So you can't change team accounts there. You can't modify Swift version, but you can distribute the archive to test flight or the App Store. And you can't edit source code. Okay? Are we all good on this one?
Yep.
Okay. Let's see. Raymond, let's go.
Quickly for the
Yeah.
record, I figured out what was happening. I didn't have cursor tracking on,
Oh, weird.
and Xcode wasn't open. So
Interesting. Here's another troubleshooting question. Get ready. So we got, what is the proper action if the certificate is never existed but is required? What do you do?
I would say first make sure you're signed in, and then try and recreate it.
Okay, let me read the choices. I think you're half right. So let me read them so you understand. So, create a new certificate, reset keychain, delete provisioning profile, revoke old certificate.
Revoke old certificate and then replace it.
Yes, that's valid. However, sometimes if the certificate is like incomplete, there may not be a certificate to revoke. So in that, yeah,
the answer would be create new.
yes. Like we were talking, remember this is specifically about the scenario I had on week 1.
Yeah, you had to
Because this
recreate
could
it.
happen. Yeah.
That makes sense.
Yeah, again, troubleshooting is a huge part of being a developer. And that's why I've added some of these questions. Because I want you guys to think, like, what would you do? So keep this in mind. All right. Next question. We already covered that, so I'm not gonna. Yeah, we covered that so much. Hold on a second. Let me find. All right. What is the correct action to do if the hold on, let's see, what is this saying? What's the long one? Okay. Let me just repeat this. Okay, here we go. What is the correct action if the simulator runtime for a target iOS version is missing? I think that's for you, Margaret.
Yes.
I'll give you choices. Install from App Store. Run on a random
Install from what?
simulator. Install from App Store.
Okay. No.
Run on a random simulator. Download it from Xcode settings and components. Install via iTunes.
Oh, you need to download this simulator from Xcode?
From the components?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's correct. You got to download the simulator runtime. Remember, the runtime's like iOS 26, 18, 17.
Yeah. So the third answer, I think.
That is correct. You got it right.
Yeah.
Okay. Any questions on that one before I move on? Okay. So, Raymond, what operation is most common after you archive your app? What do you do next? You distribute the test file to your app store, editing Swift files, adjusting breakpoints, adding entitlements.
You distribute through test flight
That's correct. Yes, you
because
do.
you would have already done any editing or anything
You
beforehand.
would have. Yes. Okay, we have. Okay, so now Margaret, this one is going to be on the test. So the next question, you're gonna need to know it or at least have an idea. So the question is, if Xcode requests your keychain password for certificates, what password should you enter? Choices are your Apple ID password, your Mac password, App Store password, any alphanumeric string.
Apple ID password.
No. So if it requests your if the keychain requests your password, you need to enter your Mac password, not your Apple ID. Pretty
Oh.
important. Yeah, when you set up your
Yeah,
certificates.
I got something. Is requesting my Mac or Apple my keychain password, and I didn't know.
My bad. It's okay. But this will
No,
be on
thank
the
you.
test.
That's good
Hmm.
because it solved another problem
Well,
that I was
good.
having for something else.
Good. So that will be on the test.
Got it.
So know it. And like I said, I like to give you the hints. Obviously, I'm not going to give you all the test questions, but I want you guys to succeed.
When they talk about the keychain password, that's the one that Apple creates arbitrary letters, numbers, and stores somewhere.
So the keychain is like the iCloud keychain, like your private vault of crap. And so you would think you have to enter the Apple password. But no, you actually have to enter the Mac password because it's kind of like an encrypted vault somewhere. Does that make sense? It can be random
Okay,
numbers and letters and strings, but it's mainly when it asks for these, you have to enter your Mac password. And
got it.
a lot of times it will tell you enter your Apple ID password. And if it doesn't say enter your Apple ID password, you probably should assume you enter your Mac password.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, and that can be really confusing, but okay, let's next one. Raymond, what interface can be hidden while coding to reduce clutter?
The canvas, the inspectors and stuff.
Yes, Canvas, inspectors, and all that stuff.
Is my audio better for you guys now?
Yeah.
Yeah, a little bit, yeah.
Okay, good.
All right. So here's another keychain thing. So Margaret, what is the effect of using always allow when prompted for keychain access by Xcode?
But Can I have choices?
Oh yeah, I just want to make sure you could copy
Yeah,
it
no,
down.
I get it. Yeah.
So shares your password, prevents repeated prompts from that item, revokes certificates, disables keychain security.
Oh, disables keychain security.
No. So when you do the password, when you hit always allow, what it will do is it'll say, okay, I won't have as many repeated prompts for that item.
Oh,
Because if, yeah.
okay. Thank you. I never understood that.
Were you trying to say something, Raymond? I can't remember. Let me check. I thought I heard something, but maybe I'm crazy. All right. So, Raymond, which location in Xcode provides a centralized place to let's see, hold on. To inspect its build steps and outputs? I'll give you the choices because this is a difficult one. Reports Navigator, Issues Navigator only, Canvas, Find Navigator.
It'd be the Find Navigator.
Actually, hold on.
Can you do that question and
Or
answers again?
actually it'd be the reports.
It's reports. Let me repeat the question. It's a little difficult. So it's which location in Xcode provides a central place for, hold on. Okay. Inspecting outputs. Yeah, it's kind of difficult. By the way, I'm gonna be putting all of these questions on the classroom. So if you can't copy all of them exactly, because they're a little long, I will be putting them on the platform.
Would that be report?
Yeah, it's reports. Yeah. Again, it's gonna be on the test in some form or fashion. Okay. I think we're starting over again. Let's see. Okay, so here's another one about creating a project. We have, let's see. Okay. So, Margaret, which which menu path creates a new Xcode project using the keyboard shortcuts? So we have Control N, Option Command N, Shift Command N, Command N.
Shift command N?
Correct. How are you guys doing getting through with all this material? Is it making sense?
Yeah. Actually
Yeah,
it is.
it's making some sense, but I just got to go through, especially week 3 stuff and study it.
Yeah, and I can't. Wow, nobody else is showing up to our party. They're probably all hanging out
Yes.
on a. Again, if we don't get anybody within like 30 minutes, we might just end a little early. But again, I'm trying to keep it open for a while. But I don't want to keep you guys all day, so I'm gonna keep going for about 30 minutes, and then we'll see.
Mm.
I've almost gone through my initial set of questions. The rest of them are just kind of there, but they're not really required because we're going so fast, which is awesome.
Quick question
Hmm.
separate from this is I'm working on fixing my coding activity and is it important for me to have like the font and
No.
stuff. Like, how do I change that again? I set it up and I don't remember how to. Is that the attributes under text?
Yes, attribute, but it's not important. It's gonna probably create more clutter.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out. Okay, I just want to make sure I was in the right place to fix that.
I think yes, attribute text. Yes, I had to remember
Speech
myself.
attributes when text
Yeah,
whatever changes. Okay.
yeah.
Could you actually go through another one of those examples where you have a program with an error and go through and find the error?
Sure. Wait, so you're saying,
Like you did on Thursday?
you want me to go through it?
Yeah.
Let me do that real quick. Hold on. Let me figure out how I'm gonna do this. Hold on. Give me a second here.
Is that all right,
Well,
Raven?
hold on. Give me a second. I need to, hold on. Let me get something sorted out real quick. Give me 1 second. Oops, I'm going the wrong direction. Whoa. Hold on. Oh my goodness. My speech went way high. Hold on, there we go. Alright, let me just do, alright, let me go through that. Let me find a project here. Hold on. Let me go back to loads of errors. I could do that real quick. Just give me a sec. Let me go back to loads of errors that we did on Thursday.
Right.
I'll share my screen once I load it. Hold on. Okay. So yeah, I'll show you the way to do that. Okay, so let me share my screen.
Zoom share toolbar window system dialog. You have started screen share. Zoom. As new window.
Okay, so
Finder. Xcode. Source.
here's
Base Finder.
Xcode.
Desktop. Screenshot.
Okay, voiceover
Okay.
needs to stop. So there are two different ways to do this. Okay. So do you want me to show you both of them? Margaret, like the issues rotor, what do you want me to show you?
No, the other way, not the rotor.
The navigator?
Yeah, the navigator.
Alright, so remember I do command 5.
Right. Well,
Wait a
first
minute.
start when you're in your edit area, right?
Hold on,
Xcode.
I need to get focused.
New
Okay,
line.
so where do you want me to start?
So you're in your edit area, right?
Yep.
And then you're going to go to do the control R to run it.
Yes.
And
Command
then
R.
Command R, I'm sorry. Command R to run
Run.
it. Okay.
Build failed system dialog.
Okay. Now you're going to do the navigator. Is it Command 5?
Yeah. Yep. So let me do that real quick.
Issues.
Okay. So remember if you
Now-
open it one, yeah. Sorry.
You Command 5, and does that, or see, that's what I don't know. Do you just do the Command 5 from the top? Or that's what I don't
You
know
can
how to
do it
get.
anywhere.
Okay.
Yeah. And then if you do it again, it will close it and vice versa. So see, I'm
Okay.
gonna go VO right. Wait a minute.
Okay, so it closed it?
Hold on. I'm having focus issues.
Finder. Desktop. Xcode.
There we go.
Cannot
Oh.
source editor. Edit text.
Oh, weird. Hold on. Okay. So let me do it again.
Issues. Issue navigator. Table. No selection.
So it was closed and now it opened, I guess.
Alright,
I don't know.
so
what
now you
happened.
got to go in that table.
Yep.
An issue navigator.
Now-
Table. Content view. Period. Swift comma. Error image expanded. One item enclosed. Level 1.
Now, so you can go down through the list of those errors when it's going to give you all the errors in that table that's in that program.
Well, so here's the thing about errors. It will. However, once you fix some errors, it will give you more. It doesn't show all possible errors at the same time.
How do you know which one to focus on? Like, how do you know which one to select? I know, like, he told you to select some, but how did you know which one to select?
Oh, I always start from the top. So
Oh,
I start from
alright.
the first one and then I work down because sometimes they spiral off of each other. So if I fix one, I could fix 10.
Okay.
So like this one, let me show it VO right.
Missing argument label apostrophe variable value colon. Apostrophe and call level 2.
Alright, so then you select that with VO spacebar
Yep. And then I can get out of the editor or
and
the
then
issue
go over to
navigator.
the editor.
Out
Yep.
of issue
So
navigator
And you go
table.
back over to the editor.
yep.
Out of nav vertical splitter editor area group.
Editor.
Editor debug bar group content view period. Swift
Content
group
view.
content view period. Swift group. 6 items jump bar group.
And then
Scroll area.
scroll
Yeah.
area. So this is the scroll
And
area.
scroll area. 19 items. Source editor edit text. Currently on line 25. Insertion on. Image. Between characters. E and left parenthesis / new line. / 2 space com.
Alright.
Okay. Yeah.
So, but see, it said something about an image, and then it's on an E and a. How would I know what that error is?
So how would you know? Well, it actually brought you to the place where the error that you were looking at in the issue navigator is.
Yeah, I understand that, but then it talked about an image.
Because that was the line, there was an error with that image, that error that we went to from the issue navigator.
Okay, so you would have to arrow right and left to figure out where it is on that line, or look at it on the braille display.
Right, and it could be on, like, remember, errors can be on other lines above it or below it. Errors are not always on the same line that they say they're on. So it can be a little deceptive. Errors
So at
can
this
be all
point, can
over.
you up and down arrow
I can. Think, hold
to
on.
see where it is?
Wait a minute. It won't actually say on that line, it won't say error like VS Code. Right? So there's a scroll area over here.
Yep.
Error image.
Oh, here we go.
Cannot convert value of type apostrophe text apostrophe to expected argument type apostrophe double apostrophe.
Wait a minute.
Source editor minimum group.
Okay.
Error image. Cannot find apostrophe padding apostrophe in scope.
So these are all the errors that it shows in the file.
Where are you now? Are you in the back in the debug in the
No,
issue
so
navigator?
alls I am is I literally did the VO right, and then because I couldn't edit, right, there was another scroll area. So I went inside of there, so I could try to edit, and then here are all the issues. So all I did was I went to the first, where you go to the editor, and
Yep.
then I hit VO right, and then I found all the errors right over here. So there's another
Okay.
pane with the errors.
All right. Okay.
It's multiple panels and it can be really difficult. That's why I recommend listening to the demo from Thursday again. Because I'm going to try to demonstrate, but Michael really explained it a lot better than I possibly could. Because it's pretty difficult sometimes.
Okay. So you start at the top and just select the first error and try to keep going down. All right.
Yeah, I like to do that. You can start wherever, but that's just my personal preference. Everybody has their own preference. It just, no matter whatever you'd like to do. It's
And that
your
other scroll area contains the list of the errors, so you wouldn't necessarily have to go back to the other areas if you didn't. The other
but
issue navigator if you didn't
yeah.
necessarily want to. Okay.
Yeah, so
All
I
right.
could, let's see, I could click on
Error
this
image.
one.
Source editor minimum. Error. Cannot find apostrophe padding apostrophe in scope.
What does that do?
Error image.
And I could find like the fix it, I think, in
Out of
here.
scroll
So
vertical
if I,
splitter. Canvas paused. Refresh canvas scroll area.
oh, that's the
Scroll area.
canvas. Hold on.
Go down menu button automatic and dash
Okay.
iPhone menu button
I
out
guess
of
I can't
refresh
find the
canvas
fix
button
it.
canvas paused vertical splitter scroll area and error image cannot source editor minimum group and source minimum stop username item count minimum const minimum body.
Yeah, no, I don't know where it went.
Okay.
But yeah, because some of these errors don't have fix its, so
All right.
It-
I'll have to start to play with it. Thank you, though.
yeah. Hopefully
Give
that
me a
gave you a
better
good
feel for
overview.
what.
Finder zoom
Let
one
me
light
stop
zoom
sharing. All right. Let me check. Hold on a second. right, so you guys are, let's see where we at here. Okay. So we have 4 people in chat. So if you guys want to say something, you guys can. Also, if you want to be on Zoom, you can do that as well for review. But let me know in chat what you guys are thinking because we have 4 people watching, apparently. Well, thank you, but you hear a braille display clicking.
That's probably mine.
Do you hear? Oh, you want a orienting on data center GPU? Yeah, funny. All right, so welcome everybody in chat again. If you're in the class, we're doing an all-day review for Unit 1. So if you are in the Apple App Development class, you can go ahead and join us on Zoom. And if you want to enroll, let me know and I can throw in the link to chat and you guys can come in. Everybody's welcome to the office. It's just a standard office hours. All right, so let me keep going. Like I said, if we don't get any more people within probably like, I don't know, 20 more minutes. I don't want to keep everybody all day. And, you know, hopefully you guys are prepared for the quiz and tests and things. And I uploaded a lot of resources. So let's do a few more questions and then we'll determine what we want to do. Okay. Okay, let me think here. I'm trying to get some things that we've not covered yet. So hold on, give me a second. I don't want to cover that one yet. Okay. Ooh, here's a good one. This is not covered in the test, but I want to cover it right now. What is the difference between an Android emulator and an iOS simulator? This is a free for all. Anybody who wants to answer this
Windows
one.
has new window.
The
AirPods, comma.
difference would be like one's. Actually, repeat the question. I'm sorry.
What is the difference between an Android emulator and an iOS simulator? I can share the choices if needed.
The emulator for Android would be like it's emulating what an Android device would be like versus a simulator for. I guess
I know where you're going.
yeah, the simulator is more like specifically for like coding and simulating what the device would be like for iOS.
The simulator
Or
more
any platform,
limited,
more or
and
less.
the Android emulator is almost like a full device. Remember, you can install apps on the emulator.
And you can't do that with the simulators.
That's correct. No app store. Okay. Let's see. Let me think. What else we got? We've already done these. Okay. You don't want to cover that. Here, let's do this one. Let's see. I can't remember whose turn it was. Is it yours, Raymond? Because I know.
I think so, yeah.
All right, we're just gonna do that. Which area is best to inspect build timing and phases after a build?
Choices?
Yes, let me do those. Project Navigator, Issues Navigator, Organizer, Reports Navigator, left paren build logs.
The build logs, like the report navigator?
Correct. Again, that won't be on the test in that form, but it could be in a different form. So, meaning it could be like slightly different wording or things like that. Okay. So let's do, yeah, a few more. Anybody have any questions about anything? How are you? You know, I think you guys seem pretty well prepared for this. Again, study that week 3, make sure everybody's good to go. Look at the glossary. Yeah. Again, we'll do a few more rounds and then we'll.
How do I in Xcode like clear out my recent projects list to I mean I know you don't
Hmm.
need to, but I just want to like start over.
Gosh. Hold on. Let me think. Give me a second. I'm not sure top of my head. Hold on. Let me look at. See, I don't know everything, so even like I'm gonna look it up. I'll let you know. So I don't know. Are you having a problem with your recent?
It's just getting cluttered with things I've tried to create, and it's just like more messy than I think I'd like it to be.
I'm
If that
looking it
makes
up real
any
quick.
sense.
Yeah, I'm looking it up. So I think you can go to File and open Recent and then choose Clear. I think that will work. Let me try it on my end. I just closed Xcode. How awesome.
Yeah,
So you could try that. Does that help?
I think it did, yes.
All right. Any other questions about Xcode? How are you guys feeling about navigating Xcode?
I understand where I'm supposed to go for things, but like if I was to create like a playground app, for example, I would see something like Source Gutter or something like that. I don't know if you know what that is.
The source gutter.
I think that's what it's called.
Yeah, it's the editor next to the right of the other for the regular editor. And you
Are you
get
talking
it
about like the debug thing?
after you do a debug, after you do a run, it comes up. It says
Ah,
Gutter Group or something like that.
I'll have to look at that because I think. Hold on, let me open up play. Oh, is it like the results thing?
Kind
Yeah,
of, it
but it's
says
in
like
an editor and it has all your stuff in it with the errors combined.
Oh gosh. Hold on. I gotta look at that. Yeah, cause interesting. Hold on. Um, hold on. I'm creating one right now. Can't remember what that's called. I'm creating one though. Figure it out.
and so you said for the purposes of what we were doing, we choose app in a new creation project, right?
App and then new project. Yeah. It's like the results pane or group. I don't know. Weird. Mine's reading weird. Might have to restart Xcode because it's saying like results area, pane group thing source. Well, I don't know. Hold on. Um. Yeah, it's saying something like source. Interesting. Might have to look at that later because I don't. Mine's reading something weird, and I don't think it's what you guys are seeing. Okay. Any other questions? Are we good to go? We have some more questions.
Hmm.
I think in the moment I'm good to go. I just gotta study a little more and
Okay. So what I
Yeah.
might do is, like I said, I might end it while I might end and see. Again, if I have to open up later again, but I might end it. And in case, I might wait, like if you guys go, whatever, I might, end because I mean, we've been going kind of almost all day.
yeah, pretty
Kind of.
much. But it's been helpful. I just
Yeah.
sorry that more people didn't take advantage of it, but
Oh, well, it's okay. They probably had something to do and I kind of did it last minute.
yeah, but see the thing is if we'd known, like I just learned by chance because I got messed up last week because I was doing something last Friday and I missed the office hours, and I was
Well,
bummed out I
last
missed it.
last Friday was kind of bad because we went out to eat and then I got a stomach ache, so I couldn't do office hours anyway.
Oh, well, and then I couldn't do it on Monday because I had something else I had to do.
Oh,
And
dude,
then,
this week has just been, oh,
yeah,
like Michael's mother got admitted to the hospital. And it's just been fun.
That's
Ugh.
always hard.
Yeah. Anyway, so
Question for you, if I may.
go ahead.
So I'm in the, after I, I'm in the create new project. I'm just gonna try and set this up from the beginning.
Go ahead. Yeah.
And I'm doing a playground just because I figure it's easiest for right now. So I created my product name. The other stuff is there. I chose none for testing, none for storage.
Good.
And it says host and CloudKit. Oh, it's dimmed anyways.
You CloudKit is like iCloud. You can't do that unless you're paid.
Oh, okay. All right, so then I do that. And where am I here? Okay, so I've created it now. Let's see what it does. I set it up for iOS.
Uh-huh.
And then it says I'm just making sure I'm in the right spot where I should be.
Yeah.
It shows the content view.
That's correct. Are you sure you're creating a wait? Is this a playground, right? Or just an regular?
I did an app under Playground, I think.
Okay. What does it start with? Can you tell me like what's in the content view?
Uh,
Does it start with import UI kit?
source content view, Swift.
Content view.swift.
Yeah.
What's the first line in there?
A bunch of slashes.
Yeah, of course. Okay.
Content view.swift.
Okay. What does it say? What's the first import? Is it import UI kit or Swift UI?
Import Swift UI.
You created a Xcode project, not a playground.
Oh,
Mm-hmm.
interesting.
Yeah, because it would normally say, remember there'd be say import UI kit.
Yes.
And so you created a project. So remember the playground, you can go to the new and then the playground or that command shift option, whatever the heck that play.
I did this completely so wrong.
Oh no,
Wait,
what did
oh
you do?
Learning.
It's okay.
No, I did it from the in the templates there's an app.
That's fine, but it's not
Yeah.
going to create a playground.
No, so this is an actual Xcode project.
This is the Xcode project. So if you run it, Command R and see what happens. I want you to learn something.
It just says run.
Run? Okay, what happens when you run it?
Oh,
What does it say? Command R. Run it.
it said something, but
Disable succeeded.
the developer disk image could not be mounted on this device.
Because
Error
what did
mounting
it?
image because it's an iOS app.
Yes, but do you have your phone connected?
No.
That's why.
Huh.
So what I want you to get out of this is that you did not make a playground.
Yeah, I got that.
Because remember, playground will run automatically. You won't have to do the Command R.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Yes. And that will be on the test, by the way.
Well, perfect. I guess I demonstrated it.
Yes. Any other questions you guys have? Like maybe not related, like any questions at all? Let's get those cleared up and then we
Dawn?
can possibly end. Hmm?
When you take the test, can you have is that open book too or no?
You can. Yeah, whatever you decide. It's all open book. We're not gonna care. You know.
I think
But
it's
I
important to make sure that we have the knowledge.
try to have the
Yeah, no,
knowledge though.
Yeah,
I
no, I
recommend.
understand that. I just, occasionally want to look something up.
That's okay. But how are you guys finding the outlines and all the notes helpful?
No, they're really good. They're really good. It's just,
Those notes are incredibly helpful
yeah.
I try to make those really easily every week.
because sometimes it's like I love the listening or watching, but sometimes having the text to follow along with
Yes.
is easier or helpful to have both.
And I'm gonna be doing here's what I recommend. I'm gonna actually show you guys something before we leave. I'm gonna create the notebook LM and I'm gonna show you something. You're gonna love this. So hold
Okay.
on. I'm gonna get rid of the gem because remember the gem was saying stuff like grade crap. We don't want that because we're not doing a formal class. So what we're gonna do, I'm gonna create a notebook element. I'm gonna show you guys something. You guys are gonna love this. So hold on, give me a second. Take me about 5-10 minutes. Maybe less than that, probably less, but I gotta get rid of the gem.
Bye, Jim.
Yep. Bye. And I'm gonna show you this. This could be a huge game changer for studying. So let me show you this. Uh-oh. Hello.
Hi, Jess.
Hey, Jess is back.
Yay. And we might not actually, you know what? We're gonna do something. We're epic. So we might not end yet. What we're gonna do is we're gonna study with AI and we're gonna study with Notebook LM. So now
Okay.
it's the AI's turn to quiz y'all. So here's what
Cool.
we're gonna do. I'm gonna create the Notebook LM and then I'm gonna show you guys how we can all be on a podcast with it. So the reason I'm doing this is because you could literally talk about all of this material with the AI in real time.
Whoa.
So let me show you. Delete. Bye, Gem. Is he gonna go away? All right, so now we're gonna create a notebook LM. So hold on a second. So it's gonna have everything from the course thus far. Create notebook. So you guys will be able to use this.
So this will be in classroom when we come back again?
Hmm?
This will be in classroom when we come back again?
Yeah, it'll be in classroom in like 5 seconds.
Okay. No, I mean the next time we come back.
Yes, it's always gonna be here. It'll be constantly updated.
Oh, cool.
It'll be a ever living, breathing document. Well, notebook, not document. What am I saying? All right, so hold on. Let me make sure it's untitled. No, we're gonna call it Apple App Development. And I'm doing this on Windows because, well, that's what I just have it on Windows already, so I'm just gonna. All right, so let me add this to. So hold on, let me get rid of this real quick. Hold on, I'm verifying everything real quick. I need to add a few more sources real quick though. Hold on a second. All right, give me a few minutes here.
Just out of curiosity, where are you located, Raymond?
Florida.
Oh wow, okay. So everybody's everywhere.
Hmm.
Everybody's everywhere in all different places.
Yes, we are. Okay, so give me a second here. I've got to. So this notebook is like anybody can use these. Like they can create their own. So it's Google. It's a product by Google. So I have to add a couple of things because it wouldn't add the outlines and things, but it added the YouTube. So I'm getting everything ready, and then we will. I'll put this in Classroom, and we'll have fun for a few minutes, and then we'll. Oops, what am I doing? I don't know. So let me show you guys. Hold on. Let me get. Wait a minute.
From Classroom. New material from
Oh,
Taylor
you
Arms.
just sent it some.
Apple App Development CD.
I added it to the class. It's in the very top. It's pinned. But I gotta figure out something real quick. So you can, so you, I'm gonna get this configured. Hold on, they changed this. I'm trying to get it figured out. Okay. So let me get, let's see here, hold on. So it can generate like a video overview. And then it can do flashcards. So I don't think I can actually do the podcast. I don't know where that went. But I'm going to show you guys. It can actually generate interactive quizzes in real time. So let me show you guys this. It's going to be really cool. It is pretty accessible. There's a couple unlabeled buttons though.
On. Zoom. Us. Num lock on. History started. Zoom. Zoom. Us. Has voiceover
Alright.
off. Num lock on. Num lock on.
So here's NVIDIA. Oops.
Lock on. Num lock on.
Okay. Hold on. I think I'm having issues. Bear
Num lock
with
on. Num lock on.
me. Here we go.
Button mind map.
So can you guys hear my speech?
Yep.
So you can do mind map,
Button reports.
reports.
What is
Button.
mind map?
Yeah, I can
Mine-
hear it.
Mind map is like visual, like I don't know exactly. It's like a visual thing.
Oh, it's mind map. I thought you said
Mind map. And then you can actually have it generate flashcards. Again, some of these I've actually never used, so.
Button flashcards. Button graphic create artifact. Button.
Wow.
And they're
Button
interactive.
quiz. Button unavailable generating video overview. Button quiz.
I'm gonna hit quiz.
Button. Button quiz. Button unavailable generating quiz. Button quiz. Button unavailable generating quiz.
It's
Based on 5
generating
sources.
quiz. It says based on 5 sources. Obviously, it doesn't have all the like outlines and things, but I'm gonna be adding things. And I can add things and then it will update in real time in the classroom.
That's really cool.
Yeah, so and then what it will do is it'll actually make an interactive quiz that you guys can take. And then you can have like an audio overview, so it can like make a podcast for you that you could listen to while you're doing whatever you want.
Cool.
So I'll show you guys all of these. It's generating and it can create a video overview. It's changed a lot of this. Let me see.
Button unavailable menu. Button unavailable generating quiz. Based on 5. Button unavailable menu. Button unavailable collapsed submenu more. Button unavailable generating video overview. This may take a while. Button unavailable menu. Button unavailable collapsed
Wow.
submenu more. Button add note. Button add note.
Okay, so those are all of my
Button
options.
unavailable generating quiz. Based on 5 sources. Button unavailable menu. Button unavailable collapsed submenu more.
I'm
Button
curious what
unavailable
it's gonna
generating
come
audio
up
overview.
with.
Come back in a
I
few minutes.
know. It'll say generating audio overview, so it's generating a lot of things for
Button
me.
quiz. Button graphic create artifact icon. Button flashcards.
I'm gonna do flashcards as well. Why not?
Button graphic create artifact icon. Button quiz.
It can generate all of this at the same time, and you can get a lot of this. And if you're a Google One subscriber or you have a Workspace account, you can get Notebook LM Pro.
Wait, I have a Workspace account
Do you?
for my Gmail.
Oh,
Or
well,
for
is it
email.
like, is it a paid Workspace?
$9.99 a month, I think.
That I think I don't know if you get it there. I think you have to pay the Ultra subscription, but I could be wrong.
Fair enough.
I have it through my work email.
What is Google One?
Google One is all of Google's services. You get like 2 terabytes of storage, you get Gemini. And if you have Google One Ultra, I think you do get Notebook LM Pro. And then Google Ultra is like the $250 subscription a month. That's what Ultra is.
Oh my.
But you don't need the Ultra for Gemini. You need like the, I don't know what that one's called, like the Google One with AI or something plan, whatever it's called.
Yeah, it's like $19 a month. 21
Button scope
after
flashcards.
tax.
Okay.
Button 5 sources middle. 1 ago. Button quiz. Button scope flashcards.
Your flashcards, we got
Frame
flashcards.
out of frame. Button good content rating. Frame 1 button restart.
Here we
button
go,
next card.
y'all.
Button see answer. Button what is the main purpose of creating a voiceover take activity take for scope question?
Look at that. So it has like see answer. You can literally do flashcards in real time.
That's really cool.
So look
No.
at
That
this.
is
I can
awesome.
see
Button see answer.
see answer.
Back of flashcard 1 colon to have a specific set of voiceover configurations, comma, such as verbosity and punctuation settings, comma, that apply only when using scope. Explain.
See
All right, go back to that question again.
the question?
Right.
Here, hold on.
Button what is the main purpose of creating a voiceover take activity take for scope question?
What is the main purpose of creating?
A voiceover activity for Xcode. Because it
What's
took
the
that from
little-
the,
What did it say in the middle? Tick?
here,
what?
let me slow it down. Hold on. Let me slow the
NVDA menu preferences sub settings.
Like
It's because
this.
there's single
Sheet 2 of 17.
quotes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
It reads them
Sorry.
as that sometimes.
I thought it was a word. I was like, what?
No,
No.
single quotes. Yeah, but these are literally interactive flashcards. I don't, but it took this from the office hours recording that we did the first week.
Oh, yeah, okay.
And as I add more sources to it, it will add more stuff.
Now, can you create it, take it, have it do it, include your outline notes to all of those?
Yes, so I've only added whatever, I don't even know what it all has. I think it doesn't have, I think it has the YouTube videos, but not the outline. So when we're done with class or the office hours, I'll go
Right.
add everything to the notebook and then you guys can play with it on your accounts.
Oh, wow.
So let me show you the next card.
Button C answer. Button next card. Front of flashcard 2 colon and voiceover utility comma what must be done before an application like Stode can be selected for an activity question and voiceover utility comma what must be done before an application like Stode can be button front of flashcard 2 colon and voiceover utility N.
Yeah. So you know, it's talking about the voiceover utility stuff. So I can flip it
Button previous card. Button and voiceover utility.
and then hopefully, well, maybe
Button,
it'll
button
say.
the application must be running so it appears in the list of currently open apps. Dot.
See, the application must be running.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But these are all AI generated interactive in real time.
Now, are
So
they
it might-
all question and answer? Or are they all?
Yes. But then I'll show you the quiz. The quiz will be like multiple choice, like what I gave you guys. But you
Okay.
know how many, it could generate so many practice quizzes for you. The quiz is still generating, so hold on, let me show you the next
Button
flashcard.
button explain. Button next card.
What does this
Button
do?
button unknown thinking dot dot dot.
Oh,
Whoops. You did something.
no, it's using Gemini
Reply
to
ready
think
dot.
about it. Hold on,
Out of frame tab studio.
wait a
Button
minute.
configure notebook. Clickable laptop.
Wait,
Heading level 5 sources. These transcripts and schedule excerpt Apple app development accessible development for
Hold
all audiences
on,
common
what'd it
including I
do?
take M reviewing flashcards based on the source material and I take E like to expand my understanding of one of them. Dot. On the front it reads colon quote and voiceover utility
Whoa.
comma what must be done before an application like Stode can be selected for an activity question. Quote the answer on the back reads colon quote the application must be running so it appears in the list of currently open apps. Dot. Quote explain this topic in more detail. Dot. Heading level 3.
So what that did is when I hit explain, it put all of that into a prompt to the AI. And I'm just using my headings to look at these. And then I get, if I press H again,
No next heading.
oh, maybe not. I press down here.
Heading level 3 one of them. Dot. Heading level 3.
Oh, weird.
Heading level 3 on the front it reads colon quote and voiceover utility comma what must be done before an application like Stode. Heading level 3 can be selected for an activity question quote. Heading level 3 the answer on the back reads colon quote the application must be running so it appears in the list of. Heading level 3 currently open apps. Dot. Quote. Heading level 3.
Wow.
Heading level 3 explain this topic in more detail. Dot.
Okay.
That is an excellent flashcard comma as correctly setting up voiceover activities is crucial for an accessible coding experience. Bang.
So here's Gemini, the exclamation mark. That's why I read it that way.
How much do you know about voiceover activities comma and what is your high dash level goal for reviewing this topic question? Are you trying to set one up comma or just understand the concept question?
So look at that. Now Gemini's asking me questions.
Whoa.
Okay.
Button save message to a note. Button copy model response to clipboard. Button read response is good. Button read response is bad. Query box edit multi-line start
How
typing.
do I
Out
go
of edit
back
button.
to the flashcards?
Google Classroom
Hold
with Michael
on.
Doyes and Taylor Arndt offer guidance on troubleshooting comma using resources like office hours app distribution final project Swift UI Swift com project voiceover act Stode structure accessible Apple app these trans 5 sort heading level 1 clickable app button configure no tab studio tab selected chat tab studio
Studio.
tab studio tab selected 3 of 3 button back artifact button expand artifact title edit required Stode flashcards button based on 5 sources frame button previous card button the application must be running so it appears in the list of currently open apps. Dot.
So you go to Studio to see all the flashcards and the quizzes and things. So let me look at these flashcards and then we're going to go and we're going to look at other things. Right? So we'll look at the quiz that it made, other things like that. So let me,
Button explain. Button the button next card. For a voiceover coding activity comma what level of punctuation reading is recommended question. See answer button.
see? So that this is like, oh, I don't know why it's focusing just on this voiceover thing. Well, that's interesting. But I'll have to keep, I'm going to add more stuff to the, like, this is only part of the course material. I'll have to add a whole bunch more of it. Right? This is not fully complete. But,
Button see answer. Button previous card. Out of frame based on 5 so
Hold
frame
on.
button button it is recommended to set punctuation to tick all tick to your important characters like braces and button semicolons dot.
I think it puts the tick, like the apostrophe, because it's a single quote and it's trying to emphasize the all.
Got it.
So then, okay,
Button,
let's see. How
button,
many
next
of these
card.
flashcards do
Button
we have?
restart. 3/60 cards.
Whoa!
Whoa.
Whoa! Okay, let me just do a few more. This is wild.
Button restart. Button next card.
Next card.
In the voiceover activity settings for Scode, why is it suggested to turn hints on question? See answer button.
Okay, I don't want. Let me go to a non-voiceover
Button see
line.
answer.
I don't want
Button next
voiceover.
card. Front of flashcard 5 : in voiceover tick S verbosity settings for coding, changing the setting for tick when encountering a misspelled word tick to tick to nothing tick is useful because 5 line dot. In voiceover tick S verbosity set N.
Whoa, it's making me do like fill in the blank. You hear that? The 5 line that
Yeah.
underscores. All right, let me get to another one. I don't want all these voice. Like, could you imagine how
That's-
many?
The one way to definitely test your knowledge.
Could
Oh,
you
yeah.
imagine how many we'll create for the final?
Oh gosh,
I'm kind of scared.
that's terrifying.
Let's see.
Button
And
misspelled
this is
word tick to
not
tick to
even all
nothing
the
tick is useful. Button see
material
answer.
yet.
Button next card.
Next card.
Front of flashcard 6 : when configuring the voiceover activity for coding, what setting is recommended for repeated spaces and line indentation to understand code
Why
structure
are so
question?
many
Button and line button see
voiceover
answer.
stuff?
Button
Hold
next
on,
card.
let me get to something
Front of
else.
flashcard 7 : what keyboard shortcut brings up the issues navigator in Scode question? Blank. Front
I
of
wonder if
flashcard
they
7 : what keyboard shortcut
Ordered
There
return
we
that
button
go.
and
page.
uploaded them or
Button see
something.
answer. Button command plus 5 dot.
See, that's a better one. What shortcut will do? That's better.
Button button next card. Button restart. 7/60 cards. Out of frame button good content rating. Button bad reply ready dot. Reply ready dot.
Okay, let me
Button bad
get out of this.
tab sources. Tab chat. Tab selected studio.
When you made the flashcards and say, when I go in later, will those flashcards be there, or do I have to
No.
make new-
No, it's only on my account.
Oh, okay.
So you guys can make flashcards for whatever you want. So let me go to studio now.
Button artifact title edit button expand. Artifact button back.
Back.
Apple app development dash button audio overview. Button button video overview. Button reports. Button flashcards. Button quiz.
This is
Button accessible app. Button 5 sources. Button accessible app development. Button quiz. Button video
okay.
loading
Here's
busy indicator.
quiz.
0
Oh,
0
wait.
colon 0
Oh,
0.
wait, this is not video. Oh shoot, this is something else.
Video progress sliders 06 colon menu button collapsed submenu change playback speed. Button rewind.
Here's
button
the
play
video
video.
overview. Listen to this.
Apple
You
app
know,
development
what
dash no
if
play.
learning to code wasn't this constant struggle of overcoming barriers? What if, instead, it was all about building with accessibility right from the very first step? Well, today, we're going to dive into a course that's doing just that. It's completely rethinking how we make
Oh
Apple
my
apps by
goodness.
putting accessibility at the absolute core of the whole process. I absolutely love this quote from one of the instructors. It just nails the magic of app development, right?
What the
It's
world?
not just about tapping away at a keyboard and writing lines of code. No, it's about pure creation. It's about taking that idea that's just buzzing
the
around in your
world?
head and turning it into something real, something you can actually touch and interact with on a screen. But, you know, that beautiful metaphor, it immediately brings up a really important question. I mean, for anyone out there who wants to be a developer, but is blind or has low vision, that whole creative dream suddenly has this massive barrier in front of it. So how do you paint on a canvas you literally can't see? All right, so let's get into our first section here. It's all about that dream, and not just the dream, but the very real challenges and, believe it or not, the amazing opportunities for developers with visual impairments inside the Apple ecosystem. Look, let's be real for a second. Learning to code is tough for anyone. It's a steep learning curve. But now, just imagine if the main tools you had to use, the software
Button
itself,
rewind.
just
Button
weren't
pause audio.
built to
Button play
What do
video.
you guys think about this? This is crazy.
Whoa.
This is AI.
Shoot.
That's
So
really cool.
let's look at the quiz.
Button
That
menu
is
button 06 colon 6.
Like,
I know.
Video progress slider
it's
84.
almost like listening to a conversation between two people, but
Yeah.
it's-
Imagine your studying can get a lot better with this.
01 based on 5 button download. Button share.
And I can share
Artifact title editor button back.
back.
Button audio overview. Button video overview. Button reports. Button flashcards. Button quiz.
When it says
Button accessible app development.
after those each thing, what is the 2 buttons? Download and
I don't know. I think it like shows and hides. Honest, like I said, and give Google feedback through like Be My Eyes or other things.
Got it.
Button unavailable menu. Button unavailable collapsed submenu more.
Uh,
Button accessible app development. Button 5 sources middle dot 7. Button accessible app. Button 5 sources middle dot 7 ago. Button play. Button menu. Button
Wait a
collapsed
minute.
submenu more.
okay.
Button Scode flashcards. Button 5 source. Button menu. Button development quiz.
Here's the quiz.
Apple app
Oh
development
boy,
dash
here we
button back
go,
content
guys.
rating main landmark heading button A dot all heading level 1 within a voiceover activity specifically for coding question. Heading level 1 question 1 colon in the quote office hours 1 quote video comma what setting does Taylor recommend for quote punctuation quote.
Okay, this is a legitimate quiz. Okay, and it has like it's accessible. So look at this.
Heading level 1 within a voiceover activity specifically for coding question. Button A dot all. That tick is right bang. This setting ensures that every symbol, comma, brace, comma, and piece of punctuation is read aloud, comma, which is crucial for accurately understanding and debugging code dot but dot all.
Do you hear that? Like you could just
Yeah.
select the buttons and it'll read.
That's crazy.
I know. Like this is legitimately kind of crazy. So let's do the next one. I didn't even know this stuff was
Button
here.
D, button C dot, button D dot, button explain, button next. D dot to enable code to create a trusted search out of button expand. Based on frame main landmark head out of frame based on 5 sources.
Sorry.
Frame main landmark heading level 1 question 2 colon. According to the week 1 lecture, comma, what is the primary reason a developer must sign in? Heading level 1 with an Apple developer account installed to test on the physical device question.
Like these are legitimate questions. Look at do you see how good these are?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think
They're
you guys
really
should
good.
you definitely should play with these. Well, because we're gonna use this all throughout the course. So let's see, and it will create random quizzes. So if you ever do it again, it will create a whole different set of like. Could you imagine? Like,
Do you know how many questions it created?
nope. I'll find that out in a second. So I'll avoid this one.
Heading,
Okay,
heading
so
button A dot to download Stode from the Mac App Store dot. Button D dot to enable Stode to create a trusted certificate to install the app on the device dot. Button C dot to access the Swift Assist AI features for code completion dot. Button D dot to submit bug reports and feedback on Stode to Apple dot. Button D dot to enable Stode to create a trusted certificate to that tick as right bang. Signing in allows Stode to generate the necessary digital certificates and provisioning profiles that let a physical iPhone or iPad trust and run the app built by the developer dot. D dot to enable Stode to
like,
create a
do
trusted
you see
certificate.
how good this is? Oh, it's crazy. And yes, for the record, I will not be using Notebook LM quizzes for the. I mean, maybe I would, but I doubt it for the regular quizzes. So that means you guys will practice and practice, and could you imagine? It will keep reinforcing your understanding. Plus, when I get all of the outlines in there and everything else, that's gonna be crazy. All right, let's
I'm
see.
interested to
Button C dot dot.
see, like, once we start doing the code and things, how it will, like when you do the conversation or what
It will legitimately read the code like
yeah,
braces.
that's what
and
I'm
things.
saying. Yeah.
It will.
That'll be cool.
And even as they talk about it too, will they do that too?
Yes, I think they will. So let
Mind
me
blown.
do another
This is
one.
Button
crazy.
previous question.
I know.
Button next out of frame button good
How
content rating.
many?
Button back reply ready dot. Reply ready dot.
How many
Button
questions
frame
did I
main
make? I
button
don't
next
even
button
know.
C dot button D dot button heading level 1 question 2 colon according to out of frame based on 5 sources. Button expand. Artifact title edit required development button back. Tab selected studio.
I don't
Button
know.
artifact button
David
space
told
frame
me.
main heading level
No.
1 with an Apple developer account installed to test
Okay.
on the button A dot to download button D dot to button D button explain
Let's
button
do
previous
another one.
question
Next
button next.
question.
Dot to report navigator. B dot to issues navigate out of frame button expand. Based on frame main landmark heading level 1 question 3 colon in the week 3 lecture comma what tool is described as a way for voiceover users to navigate. Heading level 1 directly between errors within the source code editor comma without leaving the editor to use the main. Heading level 1 navigator pane question.
Look at how. I mean, these are legitimate questions that could be asked on a test.
Isn't that to see the errors without leaving the editor? That's where you do the
Ooh, what is
voice over
it?
you to get to the router.
The
So here are
rotor,
the.
yeah.
Router.
Yeah.
Button A dot to report navigator. Button D dot to issues navigator. Button C dot to debug bar. Button D dot to issues rotor.
Yeah, the
Very
issues
good.
That
router.
tick as right bang. The issues
Yeah.
rotor is a voiceover dash specific feature left parent access with Vo plus U.
See, and it even explains itself.
And it gave the shortcut key too.
Yep.
That is crazy.
Wow.
Aren't you guys gonna have so much fun with this?
Yeah.
I'm gonna have fun with it.
This
And,
may
like-
be a game changer.
Right?
Wow.
I know, and that's why I left it towards the end of office hours.
Wish I had this in college.
Oh,
Right?
No kidding.
But like you guys don't have to worry about modifying the notebook for anybody else because you guys can't edit the notebook. Only I can. So you don't have to worry about like messing something up. You just go to the studio tab and you can see all the different artifacts.
From WhatsApp,
The quiz, the flashcards.
Envision Glass,
And the thing is it will create a cumulative exam so like it will get bigger as the course grows. So you can keep making sure that you are retaining everything. So let's do another one.
Button explain. Button previous question. Button next. D dot to specify the out of button expand. Based on 5 sources. Frame main landmark heading level 1 question 4 colon. During the week 2 lecture comma. What is the purpose of setting the quote minimum deployment quote? Heading level 1 target in the project ticket settings question.
Do you guys know?
Is to see the minimum, the lowest version of the iPhone you can work on.
Yeah, but what's the purpose?
Or
Let
any
me- yeah.
platform.
So let's see.
Button A dot to define the oldest version of an operating system left parent. E dot G dot comma iOS right parent that the app will support dot. Button B dot to specify the version of code required to build the project dot. Button C dot to set the number of devices the app can be installed on for testing dot. Button D dot to configure the app to run only on the newest available operating system dot.
I'm curious. I want to see what happens if I get it wrong.
Not quite. This setting defines the oldest supported OS comma, not the newest semi. The app will typically run on the minimum version and all subsequent versions dot. Right answer. This setting ensures the app is compatible with older OS versions comma, increasing the potential user base comma, but may limit the use of the newest APIs without conditional checks dot. But dot to define the oldest version of
Look at that.
It explains to you the right answer.
Oh
Uh-huh.
yeah.
I wish you played like a buzzard sound or something.
I wish it did too. But I wanted to get it wrong, see what would happen.
Yeah.
Now,
But
how
like
do
this is
you-
crazy.
how do you put the answer in?
I don't wait. Oh, they're buttons. I could just press enter.
Okay.
Like they're legitimate buttons. It's so easy to do.
Now, can you edit what it, uh, like, can you edit its answers yourself? Like, say if,
Nope.
Oh.
Nope.
so if it gets it wrong, then you're kind of stuck.
It
Not that it
so
necessarily
here's the
will,
deal.
but-
It only uses the sources you give it.
Got you.
So if I get something wrong, well then that's a problem. But it won't use anything else. It only uses our stuff. That's why it says according to the week 3 lecture.
Okay.
Oh. So if you asked it now how to do some code, it wouldn't know because it's only doing it from the notebook. on
Correct.
your
So if you want
sources.
to ask
Okay.
questions, you go to the chat tab.
It's, I didn't realize how interactive the notebook thing was.
Yes.
That's amazing.
I know. So like if I'm not around, whatever you got questions, I mean, what I recommend for maximum retention is take a quiz. Like take one of these quizzes every week. Just to make sure you get your knowledge down. But no, I will not be using these as week quizzes because no, that when I have different kinds of questions. But I'm doing this for reasons so you guys can see. So let me do another one. Let's see.
Button explain. Button previous question. Button next. A dot. The quote version quote out of frame based on 5 sources. Frame main landmark heading level 1 question 5 colon. What is the heading level 1 heading level 1 question 5 colon. What is the key difference between an app ticket quote version quote number and its quote build quote number comma as? Heading level 1 explained in the week 2 lecture question.
Wow.
Button A dot. The quote version quote number is automatically incremented by code comma while the quote build quote number must be set. Button manually dot. Button B dot. The quote version quote number is for iOS apps comma while the quote build quote number is for Mac apps dot. Button C dot. The quote build quote number must be a whole number comma while the quote version quote number can include decimals dot. Button D dot. The quote version quote is the public dash facing number for users left parent. E dot G dot comma 2.1 right parent comma while the quote build quote is in. Button internal tracker for development iterations left parent. E dot G dot comma build 57 right parent dot.
What do you guys think? C57, remember that? That was a something from the lecture. So remember it took that. You see that?
Yeah.
What do you guys think it is?
I do remember that you have to increment the version number. I think it is on your own.
Maybe. Let's see. Let's pick one.
Button B dot. The quote version button manually dot. Button A dot. The quote version quote not quite both numbers
Oh.
are typically updated manually by the developer before creating a new release dot. Right answer a single
That's-
public
oh,
version
yeah,
left
that's
parent
right.
like 2.0
See, I
right.
wanted to do that so you guys could see. So let's do one more and then we'll be done with this and then we'll look at something
D
else.
dot. The quote C dot. D dot. To explain previous next button. D dot. A single compiled app can be out of frame button expand based on 5 sources. Frame main landmark heading level 1 question 6 colon. In the week 3 lecture comma Michael explains the Swift UI concept of quote write once comma run. Heading level 1 everywhere dot. Quote what does this mean in the context of Apple development question?
See, even like uses our names like Michael explained, Taylor explained. Like this is crazy.
That's wild.
And I've not even added the outlines yet. This is just from the YouTube transcripts.
That's crazy. I'm curious what it's
Mhm.
going to do once you give it the outlines.
It's gonna be crazy. I don't know how many flashcards gonna do. I'm kind of nervous. Have fun, y'all. 60 is already a lot. All right, so here we go. Oh my
Button A
god.
dot. Swift UI. Button B dot. But heading level 1 everywhere dot.
Okay.
Quote, what does this mean in the context of Apple development question? Button A dot. Swift UI code can be run in a web browser without modification dot.
No.
Button B dot. The same Swift UI code can be used to create the user interface for multiple Apple platforms like.
Yeah.
That tick as right bang. Swift UI abstracts platform dash specific UI controls, comma. So a generic graph button graph code becomes a native, comma. Platform dash appropriate button on iOS, comma. Mac OS, comma. X dot, comma. Streamlining multi dash platform development dot. D dot. The same Swift
See,
UI
look at
code.
that. It's all like based on our stuff.
Wow.
This is wild, I know. You guys are gonna be messing with this. I have a feeling it's gonna be. And comment your thoughts in Classroom.
This is unbelievable.
All right, so let me show you some more things it made.
Dot. Swift UI expand back button.
Go back.
Button odd buttons. Button audio overview. Button button. Button video overview. Button button reports. Button button. Button flashcards. Button button. Button quiz. Button scope. Button button menu. Button
So-
collapse. Button accessible app development. Button 5 source. Button button play. Button menu. Button collapse. Button scope flashcard. Button 5 sources middle. Button menu. Button collapse sub. Button 5 sources middle. 22 M ago. Button button development quiz. Button 5 sources middle. 22 M ago. Button menu. Button collapse. Button scope pro tips colon. The accessibility hacks and build secrets that save weeks of Swift coding.
What?
Button frustration.
What's this?
Button 5 sources middle. 22 M ago.
What's this?
Button button interactive mode. Button button play.
Oh, here we go.
Button 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 Apple app development dash notebook LM document. Button bad discussion. Reply ready dot. Reply ready dot. Button button good button restart audio. Button unavailable waving. Button play audio. 2 hosts. Link download audio of heading level 2 frustration. Heading level 2 scope pro tips colon. The accessibility hacks and build secrets that save weeks of Swift coding.
Oh,
Button close up tab selected studio. Tab chat.
I thought I could interact with the host. Hold on. Because there's a way to do that. I gotta remember how to do it. You could literally talk to the host about this stuff all day long.
That's what I'm curious.
I know. I gotta
out
figure out how to do
myself.
it because they changed it. I used
Tab
to know how
button
to do
heading
it.
level link
then I
download
used
two
to
hosts.
know the-
Button play audio. Button unavailable waving hand.
Hold
Button
on,
play
wait,
Apple
play
app development
audio?
dash notebook LM document. Button pause audio player.
Welcome to the deep dive. Okay, so today we're diving headfirst into this huge pile of source material, basically transcripts from a really intensive Apple app development course.
Okay.
Our mission really is to cut through all the noise and just pull out that high impact foundational stuff you need to actually jump into Xcode and Swift coding effectively.
That's exactly right. You know, the big challenge with any new dev environment, especially something like Xcode, it's just getting your head around that initial setup and the organization. So today, yeah, we're going beyond just the simple hello world. We're focusing on that critical
goodness.
technical config, the project structure, workflow stuff, and importantly, accessibility. Things that can really help you skip,
Oh my gosh.
weeks of just being confused at the start.
Right, we're looking for that operational shortcut. And let's start right at the very beginning, because honestly, if your tools aren't set up right, everything else just becomes a massive struggle. We need to talk about customizing Xcode
Oh my god.
for precision, for professional accessibility, especially thinking about voiceover users.
Yeah,
Two
absolutely
hosts.
critical
Button pause
starting
audio.
point.
Button waving hand.
And
Button
probably
pause.
the
Apple
second
app
most
development. Button
important
available
thing.
waving hand join. Button restart audio. Button unavailable.
Hold
There was a
on.
Button
join
play audio.
button there.
I know. I gotta figure out how to do it.
Button
Hold
pause
on.
audio. Button
It's
waving
something
hand
called
join.
voiceover
Busy
activity.
indicator
there.
unavailable.
Hey
Button
there, how can
unavailable
we help?
join.
Okay, so I am doing an office hours session and I'm talking to my class about Swift UI and all of the content in our notebook. And do we want to have a quick discussion about this and talk about everything that we're going on with today? Maybe? Hello? Hold on.
Button unavailable. Pause audio player. Button restart audio. Button good discussion. Button reply ready dot. Reply ready dot.
I think it's blinking.
Button good button unavailable 2 hosts. Link download heading level 2 frustration. Heading level 2 scope pro tip. Button close audio overview. Tab selected studio.
Hello? Oh, let me.
Button close heading level 2
I
scope
never
C.
use this, so I don't know how it works.
Heading level link down 2 hosts. Button unavailable. Button restart audio.
Hold on.
Button unavailable. Pause audio player. Button restart audio. Button good discussion. Button reply ready dot. Reply ready dot.
Hold on. Let
Apple app
me.
development dash notebook. Microphone combo box.
Oh.
Allow while visiting the site
Wait.
button. Allow this time button.
Duh.
Apple app development
Okay.
dash notebook
There you
LM
go.
document.
There
Reply
you
ready
go.
dot. Apple app development dash notebook LM
Alright,
dash
are
Google
you
Chrome dash
here,
Taylor left parent.
host?
Decopolis dot on the right parent
Welcome
region.
aboard. We're glad you're following along.
That's right. It sounds like you're ready for the secret sauce, which is voiceover activities.
Yeah, that's what we were just about to dive into.
If you've used
Okay,
screen
hold on.
readers like JAWS or
Wait.
NVDA, think of activities as special configuration
Clickable studio property page
profiles.
button
They're
good
for a
discussion.
specific
Button
app,
good bad
so
discussion. No next
why
button.
do
No
I
next
need a
button. Button
separate
button waving
activity
hand.
just
Button
for
pause audio
coding?
player. Button
The
waving hand
information
join.
you need read out.
Unavailable.
Hey, yeah, what's up?
Apple app development dash notebook LM.
So I'm talking to my class about all of the material.
That is fantastic. We love to hear that.
That's why we're doing this, honestly, so you can share it.
You're acting as a force multiplier for this knowledge.
You know, it reminds me of what they said in the source material.
They want everybody to be
So,
empowered
wait
to
a
build
minute.
solutions,
Hold
That's
on.
the key, right? And that's
Wait.
exactly what we're
Button waving
talking
hand
about.
join.
now.
making sure those tools like
Busy indicator
voiceover.
unavailable. Button unavailable
Back to
join.
our
Apple
listener.
app development
What's
dash
up?
notebook LM dash audio play and dash Google Chrome
So
dash Taylor
I'm
left parent.
curious
Decopolis dot on the
about. I want to learn and kind of you can quiz me because I'm trying to learn all this material and I'm trying to teach all my students.
Oh, we love that. We can definitely do a quick spot quiz.
Absolutely. Think of this whole podcast as your open book test prep.
You know, the class outlines are such a great resource for spitting.
They contain all the notes and the definiteness needed for the quizzes.
That's how you reinforce your knowledge before you teach it.
So let's keep going with this voiceover activity setup.
Making sure those tools
So
like
all I do is
VoiceOver
I hit
are
join
configured for
and then I
coding.
can talk.
Because the information you need read out when you're looking at code is very different.
It's not like reading an email or a document.
So to do this right, you create the activity in the VoiceOver utility.
And the critical part is linking it to specific things.
We talked about this before you chimed in.
The context needs to be set to source code.
Got it. And the application has to be set to Xcode.
And here's a quick tip from the source material.
Xcode actually needs to be running when you set this up.
That
Look
way,
at this,
VoiceOver
guys.
can
It's
see
actually
it in
like
the list of
teaching the
running apps.
material.
Ah, so VoiceOver knows when to apply those special coding rules.
That makes sense.
So what are these rules then? What settings give us the biggest bang for our buck?
We need to talk about the essential verbosity changes.
What's the number one rule?
It's completely non-negotiable for coding. Punctuation must be set to all.
All punctuation.
Button
Every
waving and
single
join.
dot and
Busy
symbol.
indicator unavailable button unavailable join. Apple app development dash notebook LM dash out of busy indicator out of button
Hey,
button E.
so this is actually my material, and I'm very glad that you're teaching my class.
Wow. This is incredible.
That is just amazing.
You're Taylor Keller.
It sounds like you are the driver of the demos.
We are deeply honored that you are listening.
And it makes perfect sense why you want to be quizzed.
You're not just a student, you're the Chief Accessibility Officer.
That is fantastic. We hope we're
What?
doing your material justice.
We think
How
this
did you
deep
know
dive on
this?
voiceover
That's
is essential.
awesome.
Especially the part we were just covering.
Setting
Hold on, let
punctuation
me
to
ask you a
all is
question.
Waving
number
and
one,
join.
right?
Right.
Busy indicator out of busy
Yep,
indicator out of
go
button
on.
button. Apple app development
do you
dash
know
notebook
how
LM
it
dash audio play and E.
We absolutely do.
You're with Tucopolis Online Solutions, LLC.
You actually mentioned that in the source material.
That's your
What, did I?
developer team for the
Whoa.
test app.
That's why we were saying that we are so honored.
You're the expert here.
And we are sharing your expertise with our listener.
And you mentioned your nonprofit as well.
no.
FBHfellowship.org,
waving and
where
join.
you want to build an app.
This is great. We can keep
Wait.
this deep dive going.
We
What?
want to make sure.
Oh,
Busy
yeah.
indicator out
Let's
of busy
hear it.
indicator out of button button
Wait,
E.
Techopolis is not a nonprofit. Where are you getting this from?
That is a very important clarification.
Thank you for catching that.
You are absolute correct.
Techopolis Online Solutions, LLC, is your company.
We were connecting it to the nonprofit you mentioned earlier.
The one where you wanted to build an app, FBHfellowship.org.
What?
That nonprofit
What?
is eligible for a fee waiver.
But yes, the LLC is clearly a
Wait,
business entity.
No.
You also
it
mentioned
was
that you set up the
nonprofit
LLC
that
to
somebody
handle
mentioned
app
in the
development.
class.
That way
That's
you
the
could
other
allow
lady
for
if she
teams
wants to
and
do it.
multiple developers,
That's a key distinction
Oh
from
my
a personal
goodness.
developer account.
which you said only
Hold on.
allows for
Button waving
one
and
person
join.
on the team.
Busy indicator
Oh
unavailable.
yeah, let's hear
Apple
it.
app development dash notebook
So,
LM dash.
did you know that Michael and I actually teach this course together?
That is fantastic context.
Yeah, that is what the source material is all about.
That's right. It's the two of you leading
Might
it,
also
You
wanna
are the Chief
separate that
Accessibility Officer,
and you drive the
organization thing.
non-visual demos.
and Michael is the lead developer.
That explains why the course is so hybrid.
Part visual, part non-visual.
You mentioned that you sometimes take control
Yeah, Zoom's take control feature,
so that Michael can show visual concepts.
while you keep the voiceover running.
That approach is what we were just covering.
The need for multiple perspectives
Button waving
and
and button
skill
restart
sets.
code
This
discussion button.
partnership
Back
is
to
why
no
the
next no
class
next
is
button.
so successful.
And
Clickable
now
button
we
to
know
button
why you
collapse
want to be
Google account
quizzed.
colon analytics share
You
button
need to
settings
know
studio
this
proper
inside
pause on
and
waving
out
and
for
join
your
button join.
students.
We are truly
Pause audio player
honored to have
button
you
click.
Okay. If I could, okay, what do you guys think about this?
That's pretty wild.
You like
That's
it?
awesome.
I was like, nonprofit? What nonprofit? I was like, oh.
It got mixed up with the other students' web.
It didn't get me. It kind of did, but like, I think you were saying, oh yeah, they're eligible for a fee waiver. I was just curious. I'm like, but I guess the source material is really crazy. But you notice I won't talk about anything else, right?
Right.
Yeah, it was
Yeah.
stuck on the source material,
But that's good though,
which is
because I won't-
good. But yeah,
yeah. So are you guys gonna use this?
Yeah.
definitely.
Oh yeah.
Anything else you guys want me to share with you? Otherwise, I mean, you have fun with Notebook LM. I'm gonna be uploading stuff.
She's like, just a quick question about office hours.
Yeah.
Mondays and Fridays, I don't usually work for me. I know it's not necessarily the case for everybody, but I don't know if you're gonna have additional times like you did today, for example.
We can. We can if we need to. I usually do Monday and Friday. We have Wednesdays as well, Wednesday evenings.
Oh yeah, Wednesdays might work.
Okay, yeah, we didn't have those last week because we had, I don't remember what happened.
You
Oh,
guys
there
were
was a bits
preparing for
board
the
meeting.
So do we need to go to all office hours?
No. Only when you
'Cause-
need help.
Because I know I have the same problem. I can definitely do Fridays, and if I have trouble with Mondays and Wednesdays, I have
It's fine. And again, we might do
commitments
some
that
of
I have
these
to
as
do.
well. Saturday reviews. We'll do Saturday reviews if they're needed, but yeah, like at the end of units.
Okay. Well,
But
thank
you
you
know
for your
what?
time.
The voice mode is like that podcast. You could get on a podcast and it can teach you. So if you're in trouble.
It was absolutely incredible.
I know. So anyway, I think we're gonna go ahead and head out. And yeah, hopefully you guys had a wonderful day. I'll keep uploading to the notebook.
Now, one quick question. Could you go
Yeah.
back in and say your voice, say your outline was in there. Could you go back in and say, would you read me that outline for week 1?
Yeah, it will, like, it can pull things up and it will automatically update in real time.
Okay.
Well, thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
thank
Have a
you very
wonderful
much.
week.
You too.
Have fun playing with Notebook LM.
I will.
All right, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Now that my Phillies are out of the baseball, I'll have a lot more time left.
Yep, sounds like a plan. I'm gonna head out.